Summer Scrawlo a while back, quite a while back. Now it's time for Summer Storm, almost the same meaning. Very, very different game though, although, well, smaller footprint than Summer Scrawlo had, I think. This is the Battle of Gettysburg, as imagined by Rick Barber. Rick Barber is known for his maps, and you can see why. This is his distinctive style. This one doesn't bother me as much as some of them. Some of them look, I don't know, almost like he's, like a little kid drew it. You know, I don't know why. This one, it definitely has a nice eye for the colors and whatnot, and gets that, you know, in a certain way. I don't know how usable they are. This one is certainly a work of art, at least the main map here. These are the operational maps, and this is why this game is special. I explained already in the setup. What you have here is a relatively large area of the Gettysburg battlefield. In fact, a wider view than most games will give you on the tactical map. Let's take a quick look at what we're covering here. So here's the round tops as an example. Look at all the space behind them for you to maneuver around to get around there. Here's Cemetery Hill and Culp's Hill. The positioning, there's a little bit, the alignment just looks more interesting to me. Look at all the space back here. This is all territory that the Union had to maneuver through to get up to the Hare Ridge and then fall back to the hill. And stuff, a Dark Hollow Hill. Never saw this in, you know, in any Gettysburg game. Normally, they range from about here to here. So obviously, you know, there aren't a lot of hexes between these. So the scale of each hex is much larger than normally. Which makes sense. Again, you know, I mean, this is not that much. This isn't much more map than, say, Terrible Swift Sword has, and I think is less map than whatever the fuck the line of battle was. Last Chance for Victory. I can never remember the name of it. But it's covering a lot more space, and this is appropriate because the scale of the game, well, the scale of the game is essentially brigade scale, but kind of different. So the individual, if you look at the Civil War Brigade series, the counters are each a brigade. In this, the counters are parts of brigades for the most part. They're not quite regimental size. The scale of the units is basically an amount of forces. And you can see the counters here. They have a couple of different values, a combat strength value, and then I believe a morale or quality value as well. Each leader has basically one value, which is going to be used both for, you know, their tactical impact on the battle as well as their orders capability. What else do we have? Well, we have the operational maps. Let's talk about these because they're something special. So they're not done at a single scale. This kind of dotted line around here is the area around the battlefield, and that's at about the same scale as the battlefield is, but then things get stretched out as you go to the outer framing of that. For the most part, you're only going to be traveling on roads here, I think, for the whole part. And what that means is they only really had to get the towns and the road connections correct, as it were. When you move into the center area and then into the actual framed area that matches the map, you're allowed to move around on here, and there are corresponding hexes which have their number that allows you to find them on there. Now, the operational game is played as a double-blind game. Have I done anything truly double-blind? I know I babbled about Midway, but I don't think I actually played it. Double-blind games are very hard to play solo. I've done it before. I've played Midway solo before. But with this, I think there's going to be enough going on that that's not too big a deal. Each player also has one of these cards. This is where they're going to keep track of their command points. The counters for each corps have like a plus 20 side once you get over there. These are your orders chits for each division. And those get put into these boxes or get put into a cup, because this game has a chit pull mechanism, but it's kind of weird. It's not like you just throw all your chits in the chit pool. Many of your chits will be placed on these commands, and you're allowed to select them and do them, or choose to pull a chit out of the cup. You got some markers here. Nothing too exciting. These are for building breastworks. They are not well designed. It's very hard to tell the different sides to them, and there's nothing that really looks like breastworks. Morale chits for broken and shaken. What are these suckers? Resupplying ammo, and then inactive. Leaders can become inactive, in which case their command is not going to do anything. And you kind of have to roll to reactivate them. And then we have these strength point loss markers. They're actually cohesion hits. And they're going to work kind of like the hits do in Banish All Their Fears, to tell you the truth. The first hit you take can't be recovered. But each unit basically has this. An infantry unit will have 4 steps on this side, and then it flips over to its weakened side, and it has 4 more steps before it dies. Artillery, I think, only have so you actually have a total of 10 steps to a unit to lose. Only the actual flipped over counter is of any differentiation in terms of combat strength, although other hits can impact your morale charts. And you keep track of morale on the divisional level, but also on the army level. And I put these in plastic. I could photocopy them. There's one for each player. The southern side has a little bit of extra space for keeping track of the optional flooding rolls. Historically, Gettysburg was fought in fairly calm weather, like fairly nice weather, but it was during the middle of the summer. It did get kind of hot some of the days. But it's also, you know, there's a full optional set of rules that allow you to cover rain and whatnot, and they will incrementally add to the amount of water that's on the field or dissipate it. Bunch of different player aids here. Oh, and again, the Southerners have also this. This keeps track of the weather track here. This is the turn track here, keeping track of the days. This runs from all the way from actually June 29th out to July 5th. the battle actually happened, but June 1st through 3rd? Or through 4th? I don't remember. I think June 1st through 3rd, or July 1st through 3rd. Hey, we're coming up on it. These are for the tactical game. They give all the units and where they're supposed to arrive, and I got my questions about that. You got a series of charts and tables, player aids, whole bunch of stuff. And as I mentioned before, the map, wonderful feel. It would be like a travesty to put Plexi on this. I don't care that it pooches a little bit. Yeah, I'll care later, but it's just so wonderful to feel, and these are even better. These are too, and I've got them in plastic, but you can't write on them, without destroying everything. A series of different charts and tables. There's actually a set for each player. Each player has their... These don't feel... They feel like normal stock. In addition to the base game, well, there's a bunch of variants in terms of new units that could be showing up, different leaders. You could have Jackson still alive, for example. Standard stuff there. But in addition to the base game, they also put out this Devils to Pay, which is a hypothetical battle at Yellow Breaches Creek, which postulates that Lee stays to the north and continues pushing towards Harrisburg, and that the Army of the Potomac has to run up and catch up to them up there. It's a little less impressive. It has its own tactical map. I had really hoped that what it had was more inset in here, or something that would connect to this so that I could play a bigger game. Barber, when he designed this game, had intentions to expand it and be able to play like the whole campaign or parts of the campaign, and it would make so much sense to have like additional operational extension to the campaign, and the ability to hit different terrain outside of Gettysburg itself. Instead, there's just hey, you can play this same system on a what-if battle that's, just different terrain. Some of the concepts that I'm a little worried about, and we'll see how they work out. One of the big ones, D10 by the way, one of the big ones is whether or not there's any damn reason for anybody to go into Gettysburg. Like, not the town, I mean the Gettysburg map. In particular, when we look at the operational game rules, the Southerners get a bunch of victory points for not entering, for not doing anything. Whole shitloads of points. And there's absolutely no points for terrain in the game, which I think is just going to be unbalanced. I may end up, forcing my units onto the map because the game doesn't do anything to do so. In fact, the reason for those rules is so that the rebels don't go running onto the map and grab it early. They're equivalent non-victory point based rules to keep the Union from just marching onto the Gettysburg map. All right, 2 rule books to the game. One is the basic system. It's 40 pages. A little bit more text per page than your normal GMT rulebook, so it's a hefty set of rules. I have to say there's parts of them that I feel I don't really understand terribly well from having read just straight through it, but overall it feels like it is an understandable system. Now, I know that somebody came up with a primer for this, and there have been rewrites and everything. I may be mistaken, as I was with Banish All Their Fears, but I have kind of a vague idea of, yeah, I don't know if it's all that necessary. This kind of made sense. This one, on the other hand, which covers the thing that I was interested in, which is the rules for the operational game and the transition between the two games, and all the scenario roles, basically setup and whatnot, I found really, really difficult to cope with. And when I looked up for some errata, John Krantz, who was involved in this production, among other people, this is the only Rick Barber game. Like, it's really weird. He did so many maps and graphics and whatnot. This is the only time he designed a game, and boy did he like swing for the fences, to tell you the truth. I think he missed, but in a lot of ways. And, you know, he admits to himself, or admitted to himself, since he's no longer with us, that, you know, there were a lot of flaws to the design, especially to the rule book. Anyway, let's start digging into the rules. I had intended to play this and fiddle around with an introductory scenario, but it doesn't cover the meat of any of the stuff that I really didn't understand. So, or at least that I think I didn't understand. So there's two things that I find particularly innovative about the game. One is the command points and how they're assigned and used. Those were left out of the introductory scenario. And the other is the operational game. That was left out of the introductory scenario. The introductory scenario is basically, hey, you get to try to fight combats out and whatnot without, like, a lot more than what looks like a regular chit pull game, to tell you the truth. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. All right. I'm going to try not to just read the rules, but to some extent, part of the reason I'm doing this is to remind myself of some of these rules. Although, shit, we're not going to get to this map anytime soon, right? We're going to be playing on these little guys. Oh, boy. Which is all that set of rules. Okay. A whole bunch of definitions. It's nice to have a glossary. Okay. All this, let's explain what everything is. Very helpful. Zeros are read as tens on these. You will quite often be rolling 2 dice and adding them together. Map 200 yards across here. The megahexes, which are the equivalent to hexes in the center of this board, are 800 yards across. Did we get the units? Okay, so the units, each counter is about 600 men or 6 to 8 guns. And brigades will be represented by multiple counters to give them, you know, what they should be. Standard rounding rule, 50% always rounds up. And oh boy, is this annoying. Okay, so this is the opposite of everything else I've ever seen. For simplicity. Simplicity. This is for simplicity. This rounding is calculated individually. Do not add together a series of fractions and then round them as a whole. Yeah, that doesn't make it more simple. It really doesn't. Because when you're counting up individual units, there's a 3.5 and a 2.5. Okay, so now I've got, I have to round each one. I can't just look at the numbers and add them as I normally would, and then make a rounding just to be able to use the charts. Nope. The 3.5, that's a 4. Then the 2.5, that's a 3. It's going to be more complicated to add. Anyway. Your Urak, that's a cup. Each player has their own. So this is going to be a pulsed game. okay? So one person gets an initiative, and they get the choice of activating one of their own units or forcing the opponent to activate a unit. And they might be able to burn activations that the opponent has. So there's some weird shit that's going on in here. Okay. So the core of the tactical game is going to be the command system. Like I said, you have divisional activation chits. Each division in the game has 3 of these markers, but they will usually have 2 of them in play at any one time. Oh. Okay. During the administrative game, both DACs of each division that is currently on the map or is to enter into as a reinforcement are placed in their respective divisional holding boxes. I have all 3 in there. Okay. Then you roll for command points, beginning with the Army commander, and sometimes wing commanders. And these Army command points will be registered over here. Now you have both Army and Corps here. So let's see. Here's the Army of Northern Virginia. If Lee gets a certain amount of command points, they get recorded there. And now he can spend those throughout the turn. Some of them are spent in a command phase. And some of them can be reserved to be used later in that turn. If you don't use them during the turn, they're lost. However, where it says pre-planning, you can spend command points to assign them to a corps for a later turn, right? And they show up on that turn as a bonus for that corps. So basically, you can spend multiple turns preparing a larger, one of your subunits to be able to do some bigger task. This is also how mass bombardments are handled. You basically spend Army command points to pre-prepare a unit to be able to do more in a particular turn. Those are spent during the command phase before you get any kind of discretion, before you start using points in a discretionary manner. Okay, then each corps gets to roll its own command points. This is supposedly easier than, more streamlined than the CWB series. That's what Barbara claims. And you also roll for independent cav and independent divisions on the map. And those CCPs are recorded on a track as well. And those can be used to generate actions, orders for the subordinate divisions to that corps. Now, during the administrative phase, you must take one of each of your division's DACs and place it in the cup. This is free. When you'll win an impulse, you get to randomly pull a DAC from the cup and then activate that division, but you don't have a lot of control over the division if you do that. They may move and bombard, enter a zone of control of enemy units as long as there's another friendly unit of the same brigade that's already engaged. If they're engaged, they can conduct combat, and that's about it. But you can spend core command points on actions and orders in order to do better. What you do with those, you purchase actions for a core commander to move, to activate himself or one of his subordinates who's become inactive, fallen asleep or whatever, activate subordinate divisions together in the same impulse so that they coordinate, or purchase additional DACs, and you can also put them in these specific boxes, which are more they're more like actual orders, but they're not like a move here, right? They don't tell you what you have to do. They just give you something specific. So for example, direct command gives you an opportunity to do more than you would normally do. Attack and defend, well, defend is better at holding ground and has a number of interesting effects. Attack allows you to move forward and engage the enemy. Build allows you to build entrenchments. Railroad, no. Rest and relaxation allows you to recover points for your from your cohesion hits. Reserve, which sounds a lot like R&R, to tell you the truth. Reserve puts you in a position where you're able to essentially insert yourself, like it really is a reserve in this case, right? I think of reserve in the way of like in the Stonewall game under, well, the same design basically as TSS was, but with some tweaks that Mark Herman did. It was one of his first games. It may have been his very first, which, you know, it's just kind of like you're not going into combat. This is different. This reserve allows you to shore up either a defense or an attack, essentially. And then there's march mode, which is sort of a strategic movement type situation, allows you to use the road movement rates, and notably cannot be burned, which means units that are doing broad scale movements on the map are able to complete those movements. They don't just lose them, which I don't know how I feel about that, honestly, because sometimes, well, activity handles that, so never mind. Okay. So anyway, you can purchase multiple counters. You can put them in specific locations under specific orders. You can set them up so that they're a coordinated action, stuff like that. All right. Combat itself is going to be very much like, I don't know, kind of your common operational systems, right? It's a little different because it's going to be using, each player is going to roll a die and add a bunch of modifiers to it. And then, actually I think they roll 2 dice. And that's going to give them a comparison value that you use to generate cohesion hits on each other. And whoever does the most cohesion hits on their opponent wins that little engagement. But the engagement's going to be just a comparison of strength and then modified by terrain and other factors to give you additional, including morale and whatnot, to give you additional morale effects. Morale. There's 3 different levels of morale. I talked about 2 here, divisional and army. I'm sorry. Yeah, divisional and army. Units also have their own morale. Individual units can become shaken or broken if they fail a morale check, which is a temporary loss of cohesion, and a shaken unit defends normally but attacks at half strength. Broken units defend at half strength and can't attack. And if you can pull these units out of the battle line, they can recover relatively easily. Divisional morale is affected by loss of cohesion. Doing a lot, fatigue type effect. Flipping or eliminating units, fighting for a long period of time, and losing your officers. And you can get this back by restoring cohesion under the rest and reorganization. Divisional morale has its own shaken and broken numbers. So you're going to be marking off starting from the right and going there. And once you cross that line, you've hit a bad effect. Army morale is affected by the loss of infantry, artillery, and cav units, especially the latter two, the loss of leaders, being forced to give up defensible terrain, and shaking and breaking of divisional morale, and it can be raised by keeping divisions under reserve orders. So resting units doesn't actually help, but having a heavy reserve to be able to react for whatever reason actually does help the army morale. I find this kind of weird. I'm not sure I understand because again, the reserve is like an active thing. You're up there in position to engage. However, if you do engage, you're no longer in reserve, so you don't get to keep that. So it's sort of like staying in a position where you have that reactive capability in that state of readiness improves your morale, and your army morale. And I don't fully understand that. Now, I think the points here are victory points. And you'll be marking these off in the other direction, left to right. Just to make things really sensible, let's do things in the opposite direction on 2 charts. How do you win? Victory points. There are no victory point hexes. You gain points by damaging enemy units and by forcing them out of defensible terrain. You lose, doesn't matter what the terrain, where the terrain is, it's just if they're in good ground and you knock them out of it, you get points. You lose victory points by having your own units beaten up, forced away. Victory is determined by destroying enemy morale. You get victory points equal to the level of demoralization you've done to the army morale. And that's a big number, okay? If you're knocking them into a significantly worse position than you're in, you're going to get a big number of points from that. But it looked to me like you can get about 12 points per turn for doing nothing with the Confederates every single turn in the game. And if you're not here, it's going to be hard to find you and beat you up. So, I don't know. Honestly, it looks to me like the Confederates are going to be on the defensive throughout the whole game. As far as I can kind of tell, as opposed to the actual battle. Because even if they do walk onto this map, they're going to accumulate enough victory points that the Union's going to have to do something to push them away. Now, think about the historical situation. Historical situation, Heath, to not call him Heth as I want to, because that's what it fucking looks like, comes marching down, runs into the cav, pushes them out of the way, continues on, ends up fighting near Gettysburg, well, you know, first on the ridges and then over at Cemetery Hill. All the armies come together and the Confederates just keep attacking and attacking. Why? Well, you get points for dislodging the enemy from defensive terrain. So by occupying defensive terrain, you get an advantage in that the opponent is going to probably take losses if they try to get you out of it, but you're giving them a goal. But why bother with that goal? Why why be on the offensive if you can just collect victory points for doing nothing, essentially? And even if you do show up on the map, you're probably showing up to grab defensive terrain and sit on it, right? So I don't think this is going to generate the Gettysburg battle very well. We shall see. I gotta swap batteries. I think this is not a bad time for me to take a break. I need more tea eventually, fairly soon. My voice is beginning to go. So let's pause for a bit. All right, I got about a half hour or so. See if we can get through the sequence and play. I'm going to try to cover as much as I can just working through this. There are going to be some parts that I need to zoom in on a little later, but I don't want to, like I said before, I don't want to just read through the entire rule book. It's a big book, and I don't think that helps that much. Okay, Army command point segment. You're going to roll your command points here. Let's find that chart. Deet, 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 deet. Here we go. Well, here we go. Yeah, you roll 2 dice. You add the Army commander's rating, and you will get a certain number of ACPs. This is the same chart you're going to use for the core command points, but that's a little different. Okay. Only because you can spend Army command points in order to get a bonus on that die roll. You get a certain number of points, you record that over here, and then you can start spending them during the command phase. Core command point segment. Every corps commander and independent divisional commander. Now, independent divisional commanders are kind of problematic. I think you record them with one of these markers if you need to do one. Because they don't have their own set of command point markers. You're allowed to spend Army command points, and they give you a +2 on the table here. In addition, if you did pre-planning, you get a separate command point roll with a DRM equal to the number of pre-planning points that have been assigned for that turn. We'll get to how the pre-planning points get assigned there, but command points that you throw in at once, that was not my fridge, I don't think. I think that was something hitting, but it was probably not a bird. They kind of ring when they hit the window. Okay. I just need to check. That might be my fridge, actually. I don't know. Designate operational movement. You pick all divisions that are going to conduct operational movement, and you put their divisional activation chits in the march mode box. All right, Stuart. We're going to get to that in the operational rules, but basically Stuart wanders around on this track to indicate how close he is to the battlefield and to showing up. Game turn initiative. Each player rolls a die. I don't believe there's a modifier to this. And whoever gets the higher roll will get the first action impulse of the action phase. Now, I believe the administrative phase, yeah. So in the administrative phase, the Army command point segment, you're able to spend ACPs for a number of things. And we'll have to hit those. So you can modify the subordinate office. So you can purchase pre-planning points, which will be assigned to a given corps in the future. You can also purchase bombardment command points, which work similarly to pre-planning points. And basically, you can accumulate these over several turns if you just assign them all to the same turn, right? So, for example, I don't know, what do we have here? Let's say I'm at the 7 a.m. turn. I could say at 11 a.m. give the 3rd Corps 2 points. And then on the next turn, I could assign them more points at 11 a.m. or at some other time, right? And I just mark those down in the pre-planning section. I could postpone any PPPs or BCPs to a later game turn if I'm due to get them. Now that sounds like, I could just keep rolling them until I want to. Yeah, there's a cost for delaying them. I think you pay like 1/3 of the points that you've accumulated for that turn. I can spend Army command points to modify the turn initiative die roll. I think they're 1 for 1. I can move an Army wing or Army artillery leader. These are spent during the action phase to activate that commander. I think you get some free movement, not positive of that. I can modify impulse control die rolls. Each action phase, each player is going to roll a die, just like they did over here for the initiative for the turn, to see who gets the initiative for that particular pulse. And I can spend action points to guarantee myself an advantage. I can reactivate an Army commander or subordinate officer if they've become inactive. If they get one of those inactive markers over here, I can pay some points to wake them up, essentially. So now they get to operate as they would normally operate. Sounds like I gotta pay points to get them to operate. Yeah. Okay. Leave it alone. I can also modify the availability or arrival rolls of a subordinate officer if I've got them within range. If I've got the, basically you have to have somebody within range to give them points. If I have their entry hex within range, in this case, I can improve their chances of coming in on time. Now, core command points can be used also for a set of different actions. Like I said, you roll dice, you get 2 times the ACP added to your die roll. If you're an inactive core leader, you get a -4 to your die roll. If you're independent, you get a -3 to your die roll, but you can't go inactive. And the reason that you get the -3 is because you have a small command. Let's take a look at this. Actually, yeah, it says they cannot become inactive. I thought just that the modifier wouldn't make them go on inactive, but apparently they can't go at all. This will give you from 1 to 10 core command points, or the leader gets a 0 and goes inactive. For core commanders, the number of CCPs is reduced by 1 for each subordinate division that's either independent, out of command, or fully under rest and recovery. If this reduces the rolled number to 0, it doesn't render the core leader inactive. He still rolled enough he still rolled points and would be active if his command was fully under his control. So he doesn't get penalized for detaching units or whatever. Now, you can spend them on anyone other than the core leader themselves if they're within their command range. And if a subordinate officer is scheduled to arrive as a reinforcement, you can spend it on him as long as his entry hex is in the right place. Gives a +1 to the division arrival roll. So forces, when they come on the board, like when they're due to arrive at a certain hex, but you still have to roll to see if they make it. So, and that's actually a multi-piece thing. You have to roll to see if they make it. You have to roll to see whether or not they get actions as well. Independent and inactive leaders cannot accumulate CCPs, but a core is able to just accumulate them and build up what it needs to in order to do something, or in order to take a more active turn. But, just like with the PPPs, if you delay it, if you withhold spending points, you take a reduction. Now, for the Army commander, you don't take a reduction, you lose them all. You can't store any. You can only issue commands in advance. Those commands are unknown though. And this is where it gets kind of troubling to me. Like in something like the CWB, you're able to write orders and you can write them to be delayed or whatever. You can't really accumulate points, but you can write orders and say, look, at 2 p.m. do this, and then you issue an order to another unit at 2 p.m. do this on another turn, etc. So you can get a coordinated operation that way. In this game, what you'd be doing is assigning the points for pre-planning. And you're not actually telling them what to do. You're telling them, I want you to do something. Which feels a little bit like a game that I had, 4000 AD, that I covered, Land 4000, which you send forces out, you send your spaceships out, and they travel a certain distance, but you don't know the direction that they traveled in until you decide at the time. It disturbs me. Okay. Any core that has PPPs designated for the current game turn gets an additional die roll with a bonus off of it. It cannot be forced to inactive to do that. The worst it can do is get 0 additional points from it. So what can you do with core command points? You can modify activity rolls of divisional officers. The activity roll is going to be how much they move do within the orders that they have. I gotta swap batteries. If you're like me, you're seeing already, this is a much, much more cumbersome system than CWBs. The only difference is I'm not having to write anything down. You know, which is, I actually like writing orders down. It gives me a view of you know, I can look back through the orders and see what happened over the course of the game. It's almost like a diary. Okay. And those will be spent during the action phase. When I activate a leader, I'm going to be making a roll to see how active the leader is, the individual leader. I can modify availability and arrival rolls, which are two separate things. Remember, I mentioned. I can spend to move the core commander. These are all being done during the action phase. I can reactivate a core commander or subordinate officer that became inactive. Sounds the same as the army command. Yeah, it is. I can coordinate the activation of 2 or more divisions of the same corps in the same action phase. This is actually spent during the action phase. I don't think it was. I thought it was an order. Interesting. I can purchase up to 2 additional DACs for a given division. I get one for free, remember? It says I can buy another one. I can buy 2 more. And there are enough counters for 2 more, which the game also seems to disagree with. I can purchase just 1 additional DAC for a division under march orders. Limit the rather large scale movements that you can do under march orders. I can maintain divisions that are already undergoing reserve or defend orders. I can spend points. This is actually a reduction in cost from the normal order spend. We'll see that in a moment. I can change the status of divisions that are undergoing arrest and reorganization or build orders by paying to change them over. And I can purchase bombardment command points for a future game turn with the corps commander. That'll be limited to just his forces, though. All right. The different orders, which match the sets over there, are direct command. This allows the division to move immediately upon winning an action impulse and enter enemy zones of control. Attack allows a select a division to move immediately upon winning an action impulse, enter an enemy zone of control, and gives +3 DRM to combat. So basically what's going to happen is I'm going to put one of these, say, in the direct command. And then if I win an initiative or I'm forced to take an action, I can spend this, putting it back up in the box or whatever. Each of the orders has its own little mechanisms for how it's handled. Some of them stay in the box and turn face down, some of them rotate, whatever. And some of them are returned to the expendables. And I can take that action, okay? If I don't choose to take one of the actions out of here, I have to draw out of my cup. And then I'm forced to activate something with very little capability, but I didn't pay for it. Reserve. A division that's under reserve orders raises the Army's morale level and is allowed to enter enemy zones of control in order to support other units' attacks or defenses. A defend order, if I'm within the zone of control, so if the enemy, when my defend unit takes an action, is within the zone of control of the defend order units, the enemy has to attack me again, in addition to whatever they did during their turn. Defend orders give a +2 die roll modifier to any combat that they're involved in, well, to the combat that they force that way, but also I think to other combats. Rest and reorganization. All units that are under rest and reorganization, when they're activated, will lose a cohesion hit, and they improve the divisional morale. Build. And there's different mechanisms for each of these things. So like, in order to rest and reorganize, first I think you're allowed to move around a little bit to get into a safe space. And then once you're in a safe space, you can start spending your activations to actually recover. Likewise with build, you can position yourself, and once you're in position, you can start digging entrenchments. March, if you're under march orders, you're allowed the fastest movement rate on pikes and primary roads, and you cannot have your DAC burned. DACs are burned in one of two ways. If they're over here in an order situation, I think they move over to direct command. Then they move into the cup, and if they're in the cup, if the only orders left are in the cup, they just go away. So you get sort of this degradation of orders if your orders are being burned. And I think that happens if one player's out of orders. The other player, if they lose the initiative, they're forced to start losing orders, which means if you have a lot of orders, like if you bought a lot of chits and whatnot, you still have to win the initiatives, otherwise you're going to start seeing your orders degraded. But if both people buy lots, okay. Rally allows individual units or brigades to attempt to lose cohesion hits without involving the entire division. Did we see that anywhere? I don't see that on there. I'm not quite sure how that works. We'll have to hit that. Okay. Let's go back here and see the overall framework. We touched the orders. We'll get to how they're actually implemented in a little bit. But again, game turn initiative segment. The person who wins the game turn initiative for the turn will get the first action impulse. I think they also get a bonus as to winning ties or whatever. All right, in the action phase, first, there's a mass bombardment phase. If anybody has committed enough bombardment command points on this turn, they can do a mass bombardment. Optional rule, yeah. Big complicated game, all kind of warnings. Don't play any of the optional rules. Don't play the operational game until you're used to. Wow, there we go. Okay, we're going to be in pissy land here, I see. Fuck. All right, maybe it's time for me to get some rubbing alcohol on there. Seems to have worked. The reason you use rubbing alcohol is because it evaporates almost immediately. So like, so it doesn't short it or anything. Okay. Where am I? Yeah. All right. So, like I was saying, I'm using, all the options, just not the variants and stuff like that. I may not actually utilize some of them, but they're there if I decide to. Action impulse control. Both players roll a die. The player with the game turn initiative wins any ties, and that person controls the first initiative. Well, that person controls the initiative. Whoever got the game turn initiative on the first impulse automatically wins this die roll. They don't have to roll the first time. Okay. The winning player either chooses one of the command chits that they have placed out there, or randomly draws one and conducts an action with that unit, or they force their opponent to do the same thing. They just tell them, you go. Okay. That you go is potentially how bad stuff can happen, right? Okay. The first thing you do in general is you roll an activity roll to see, you choose your counter. You roll an activity roll to see how active the particular leader or leaders are, because it could involve more than one unit at once. For example, a road column does a movement action with multiple leaders. You roll, okay, so you're allowed to either bombard and move, or move and bombard. You can't split them up. You can't like fire some artillery, move some units, fire some more artillery. Then you're allowed to attack in ground combat any enemy units exerting a zone of control on units of the currently active division. There might be some restrictions to that. Okay. And then the next player, you roll again to see who gets the initiative on the next impulse. And you do it again and again and again until neither player has any DAX remaining, unless they're under reserve or march orders. You don't get to allocate march orders in the midst of normal actions, nor reserve. If one player is finished but wins control of the action impulse, he can force the other player to take a direct command, attack, or reserve orders DAC off the army orders card and toss it into his cup, or pull a DAC from his Urak and place it back on his divisional holding box on his army card after conducting minimum movement and any required combat. So, yeah, I was wrong. You don't degrade from attack to direct command. So you can force someone to lose one of their orders that gives them more capabilities, or pull a counter from the cup. They don't completely lose the counter from the cup, but they get a minimal movement out of it, which is bad. Like, you don't want that. Okay. Now, operational movement. This is where you do the march mode stuff, and you roll for any reinforcements, you enter units, and you conduct operational movement with any divisions previously designated with march orders. Okay. At the end of the game turn, we'll go through the entire sequence before going back into the expanded here, because how those orders operate is a little different. I want to deal with these. Unshaken units that are under rest and reorganization or rally orders. I don't know how you give rally orders. And artillery units marked for resupply lose a cohesion hit. Is there rally marker? Is that what it is? That's a resupply ammo. I think that's how you rally, is with the ammo resupply. Certainly is for artillery, because artillery ammo depletion. Fuck, there it's green again. Artillery ammo depletion is recorded by taking cohesion hits, which feels weird as hell. But now it's fuck. Point where I just start slapping it around, and that seems to have worked. Yeah, it feels kind of weird to have ammo depletions recorded as cohesion hits, which also indicate, you know, loss of manpower, morale, whatever. Simply because I guess it's kind of like too many things being covered by one concept. But I think it might work, so we'll see. Okay. Unshaken units and rally orders and artillery marked for resupply. Yeah, that's the resupply marker. Yeah, I don't know how you rally. Lose a cohesion hit. Optional rule: if your unit is out of supply range of its supply wagon, it has to pass a morale check to get its cohesion check hit back. You remove or flip shaken or broken markers and flip all artillery units to their uncommitted side. Adjust Army morale for divisions still in reserve, and divisional morale for units still under rest and reorganization. Those units all start to recover their morale under those situations. Each corps level officer with CCPs remaining on his track loses a third of them. Any ACPs remaining are just lost, though. Remember, you have to use those. And it's weird because you can hold them and use them during the action impulse to affect die rolls and whatnot. Weather, you'd roll for weather, again an optional rule. And then the game turn marker moves. We have a night reorganization box at 1 a.m. That switches over and takes you to 4 a.m. on the next turn. And there's going to be some mechanisms for reorganization at night where you recover troop strength, etc., just because stragglers and everything are coming in. Okay, we did all this, and that is going to put us to the movement and combat. Yeah. And I'm going to pause here because well, that battery looks like it's good. Yeah, let's do a little bit more. Close to the time where I have to go do a raid, so I don't want to go too far. And also, I have not had any sleep, basically. I have closed my eyes for an hour here and there a couple of times, but I don't think I've actually slept. Okay. Movement and combat. Mass bombardment. Again, this is going to put us into the optional rule. I'll hit that when we get to dealing with that. I don't want to try to insert that in here. The player who won game turn initiative automatically gets control of the first action impulse of the game turn. And at the start of each subsequent action impulse, each player rolls die. You can play an army command point to get a +2 to the die roll. And as far as I can tell, you probably can bid them, you know. It doesn't give the mechanism by which they're reported, but, you know, you could say, well, I'm throwing one in. Okay, I'll throw one in too. You know? The winner of the impulse die roll gets to activate a division with a direct command, attack, or reserve orders on the orders card. More than one pre-designated division from the same corps may be activated in the same impulse if the cost in CCPs is paid for coordination. Let's take a look at the coordination. That's only here. Coordinate and activation spent during the action phase. Yeah, so you have to save points in order to coordinate units. Note that that's only for pre-designated units that you're allowed to coordinate. You can randomly pull a DAC from the URAC and activate that designated division in the limited fashion that you're allowed, or you can force your opponent to do something. It doesn't say, force them to activate one of their own divisions by playing from a DAC from his orders card or pulling a DAC from his URAC. I think it's up to your opponent to choose what to do in those circumstances. Okay, the selected division will do the following. First, an activity roll. Let's find that. I think that was over here, yeah. So you roll a couple of dice, you add various modifiers, the division leader's command rating, any CCPs that are spent are doubled, half the corps commander's command rating if he's stacked with or adjacent to the division officer, +1 if you're doing a direct command, minuses for shaken or broken, and you'll get a result, okay? On a 0 through 6, you're inactive, and you're allowed to only move 2 hexes, and you get an inactive marker. If you're in an enemy zone of control or zone of influence, which is basically 1 or 2 hexes out, you're going to get half the activity that you would normally get. No, minimum activity is half. Yeah, the worst you can get is a half. You can't be thrown into inactive if you're semi-engaged, essentially. Attack and reserve orders give 1 level of activity higher than rolled to a maximum of extra, which is 1.5 times your movement allowance. So you're going to range between nothing at all, inactive, but if you're close to the enemy, between half and extra, which is 0.5 to 1.5, without a lot of variance in there. Okay. Then you make a choice. Any artillery units that you have that are uncommitted, let me explain that for a moment. So artillery units, let's find one, look like this. They have little cannons sticking out of them, out of the symbol for the unit, whatever that may be. That unit is committed. This unit, I think, is uncommitted. You get the line that indicates that it's done something for the turn. It's fired. Now, some fire is allowed without committing the artillery, but anyway. Uncommitted artillery units being commanded by the activated division may conduct bombardment attacks either before or after movement at the owning player's discretion. Players may choose on a unit-by-unit basis which artillery units fire before or after moving. Okay, I was wrong about that. Although all units bombarding first do so before any units move, and all units bombarding after must wait until after all movement is completed by the division. Okay, so you have 2 bombardment phases. On the bombardment, any eligible uncommitted artillery units within the command range of the activated division leader or his corps commander can conduct bombardment within range and line of sight. Confederate divisional commanders can command artillery attached to their own division as well as their own corps artillery. Confederate corps commanders can command any of their subordinate divisional commanders and their corps. Union divisional commanders may command corps artillery. Union Corps commanders may also command the artillery reserve units that are within their command range. All that artillery that's bombarding is flipped to the committed side. The basic combat odds are comparing the firing unit's total bombardment strength to a clear terrain strength of 4, regardless of the strength of the target unit. Then this gets modified by the bombardment column of the combat section of the terrain effects chart. Let's get rid of these. I don't want those near me. So here's terrain effects chart. Combat, bombardment. So clear terrain is a base factor of 4. These guys are going to get a minus to the die roll if you're hitting in that kind of terrain. Now, bombardment can trigger counter battery fire from enemy artillery units. All non-artillery officers add a +1 die roll modifier on the bombardment or counter battery attacks if they're stacked with at least one of the participating artillery units. And we'll go to the artillery rolls to see how this is actually handled. But basically, it gets to launch an attack and I believe cause, well, it's going to cause cohesion hits potentially. Let's see if the combat's here. Army morale, divisional morale. Don't remember. Yeah, there's the bombardment. So it only causes hits on the enemy, but on bad die rolls, which I think is doubles, you take a cohesion hit yourself for running low on ammo, for using up too much of your ammo. That's not listed here, I'm just remembering it. All units of the activated division can move up to their maximum movement allowance, modified by their activity die roll. Stacking limits are enforced at all times. Each unit, which I guess means you can't move through over, overstacked stuff, which makes sense, but this feels like you usually can, even in more tactical games than this, so it feels a little weird, but okay. Movement factors cannot be carried over. Unless you're already in the zone of control of an enemy unit, you may not enter an enemy zone of control unless it's the first action impulse of the player who won the game turn initiative. That's sort of a special free move, okay? Where you can draw from your cup and do all kind of cool stuff. Or the activated division possesses direct command, attack, or reserve orders. Yeah, there may be further restrictions there. All enemy units exerting a zone of control on units of the currently active division must be attacked by all active units in the zone of control in a ground combat. The active player is the attacker and always chooses the desired order in which attacks are made. However, if the active division is under defend orders, now note, defend doesn't allow you to move into a zone of control, then the opposing player must attack those units exerting the zone of control. It is possible, and there's a really pathological situation where both players are under defend orders and within zone of control, and they'll be forcing each other to attack during the other player's turn, and that's just weird. Okay, and I think only the guy actively defending actually gets the die roll modifier bonus. Continuations, we've already kind of talked about that. So here's what happens if the finished player, if someone with no more chits left, wins the initiative, and the active player then must either, and it's his choice, take any remaining attack or reserve order DAC and put it in his direct command. Yeah, this is what I thought. This is different from what was stated elsewhere. You take a remaining attack or reserve orders DAC and put it in direct command orders box, or take a direct command orders DAC off of the orders card and throw it in your URAC, or pull a DAC from your URAC, and that division doesn't take an activity roll, but gets movement equal to an inactive result without inactivating the officer. After this minimal movement, any activated units still in an enemy zone of control still must attack. If the division is under defend orders, no combat is conducted and the defend order DAC is rotated. Why is it rotated? That's a note to indicate that you can pay less to maintain the defend order. That's all. It's indicating that it's used up without any effect, essentially, in that case. And if you pulled it out of the URAC, it goes in the divisional holding box to be used for free, purchased, whatever is done with it. Okay. Then we go to an operational movement segment, which is done in impulses, just like the action segment was. Each player makes an arrival roll for any reinforcements due to possibly enter this game turn. Variable reinforcements first have to pass an availability roll before they make their arrival roll. Okay, so there's like multiple rolls for units coming in. Luckily, there aren't a lot of units that are coming onto the operational map, and we're not worried about this on the tactical map because we're playing the operational game and moving on to it. So this is going to be a very rare situation. There are just a couple of units here that are designated as potentially entering the game. And then there's Stuart, who's a special case. So we don't have much in the way of reinforcements. Some of the variants probably bring more reinforcements into play. I don't know. I don't know. They're mainly set up as well. For all arriving reinforcements, regular or variable, you place the DAC of each arriving division or road column in the march orders box and place the units of the lead division off the map next to the designated entry hex. Operational movement impulse control, both players roll a die. Each ACP, Army Command Point, spent on impulse control die roll gives you a +2 to the die roll. The person currently holding the game turn initiative wins ties. The winner of the impulse control die roll must then activate a division or road column that has a DAC in the march orders box and conduct operational movement, or force his opponent to activate one of his own divisions by selecting a march order DAC for operational movement. I think it says only division here. I would guess they could also activate a road column this way. I don't know. When you win an operational movement impulse, the selected division or road column undergoes a set of steps. No, you can't force the opponent to burn their march orders. I've said that before, but you roll an activity roll table modified by the modifiers. If a road column's been selected, activity rolls must be made for each DAC in the stack in the march orders box, starting with the lead division and working back. And this is the thing: all your units could be part of a road column. In which case, that's why I'm like, you can't just activate a division some of the times. It's not ready. And it's not acting good. Fuck. There we go. Just hit it out. It's like a computer. Okay. Just got to slap it around a little. Okay. Where were we? The activity roll. If the Corps Commander leading a road column elects to spend a CCP on the activation roll, it will be a DRM for all units in that road column. Each unit, though, rolls its own activation roll, which may be kind of weird because the lead unit could be moving slowly, and remember, you're not allowed to overstack, and there's problems with marching on the road in that way. We'll talk about that when we get there. Operational movement is then done. It must start or end their move on or adjacent to a road or trail hex. These units get the 1/3 movement rate on pikes and primary roads. See the terrain effects chart. Pike or primary operation in out. What? What the fuck? I don't know what the fuck that is. First of all, secondary roads I think are a half. So how is that different from 2/4? And what do they mean in out? And what are they babbling about? We're going to have to read about operational movement. Oh, Okay. Pike and primary road on the tactical map costs you a half movement point to move on normally, a third if you're in operational movement. Secondary road costs a half. Trails on the tactical map cost one, a half for leaders, whatever. Now, this is the operational map, and this is divided into the inner and outer region. The inner region being the area within this dotted line. If you're within that, you pay lower prices for movement because the hexes represent less territory. Once you get to the outer region, the map gets bigger. Weird shit. Now, you're only just needs to be smacked around. It should have been a pair. See, at some point or another, I'm going to just kill it, which is why I'm not a parent. You're only allowed to move on the roads on here. So there are lots of hexes that don't have road connections. That's okay. You can't move across them. Oh, okay. Where else are we here? Operational movement divisions have to start or end their movement on or adjacent to a road or trail hex. They're the only units that can receive the bonus. Operational movement divisions may not enter an enemy zone of influence. Strategic movement? Yeah, you don't get close to the enemy. You keep doing this until neither player has any DACs remaining in their march orders box. Unlike an action impulse segment, neither player can have an ops movement DAC burned by the opponent being finished. All right, I'm going to fiddle with that, and then I'll come back and we'll go through the end of turn phase. And then I'll try to skip as much of the rules as I can, but not now. I've got to go play Raid after I do this. All right, end of game turn phase. Recover cohesion. Non-disrupted units still under R&R lose a cohesion hit. Disrupted units in an enemy zone of control or zone of influence and units of brigades under rally orders. Again, I don't know how you represent that. Must pass a morale check or lose a cohesion hit. Also, if you're out of supply wagon, non-disrupted units outside the range of their divisional supply wagon have to make a morale check as well to lose their cohesion hit. That's if they're under the rally or whatever. Fuck that shit. All artillery units that are marked for resupply and haven't lost it lose a cohesion hit. But again, supply wagons, the artillery have to be within the supply range of their organizational supply wagon, or else they have to make a morale check in order to lose this cohesion hit. I gotta fuck with that thing again. I was gonna kill it. All right. Where else are we? Yeah. Adjust morale segment. All shaken markers are removed and all broken markers are flipped to their shaken side for units that are not in an enemy ZOI, ZOC. If they're in a ZOI, ZOC, they have to make a morale check in order to remove or flip their marker, but they can withdraw out of the ZOC, ZOI first if so desired. Shaken units can take their morale check in the enemy ZOC, ZOI in order to hold ground, but they get a negative DRM for that. Broken units must withdraw from the ZOC, ZOI, and then they take a morale check. Okay? So note that it looks like you have to make a die roll no matter what if you're in a ZOC, ZOI, but you can do a morale, but the morale check is more penalized if you're within it. In any case in which both players have adjacent disrupted unit, the player with the game turn initiative determines which one must withdraw first. Probably going to tell the opponent to go first, I'm guessing. All artillery units get flipped to their uncommitted side, so they haven't done anything for the next turn. For each division which is still under reserve orders, you raise the Army morale by that division's Army reserve factor, which is, I believe, this number here, running up the line. Now, some of these, this is not going to work well. I may need to photocopy these suckers. Or figure out some way to pin it in place. Okay, what else here? And for each division which is still under rest and reorg, raise its divisional morale by 1 times its DMF. The DMF is the number on the left here, the divisional morale factor. So if you're in reserve orders, this feels so weird to me. Reserve orders allow you to improve the Army morale. Rest and reorg helps you improve the divisional morale. And you're not doing both at the same time. Degradation, any remaining ACPs on the command track are lost. Each corps commander with CCPs remaining loses a third. Then you roll on the weather to deal with that, and then the game turn marker moves. Yeah, there we go. And at the beginning of the day, I think you reset the weather at its starting space each day, which I don't know how much sense that makes. But flooding works differently. So anyway, we're going to pause probably for quite some time because I need to get some sleep. There's a big event happening tonight, starting at like, I don't know, 1 or 2 or something like that, whatever. And there's a lot going on in the game. After a couple hours of raid and another hour of napping, I feel fairly awake again. But we shall see. Let's try to face what we can of this. Okay. So we looked at the sequence of play. Let's take a quick look at what we've got here. We've got a chain of command. This is really going to be, going down from Army through the corps commanders to the divisional commanders to the individual units, and they're each going to have their ranges as it is normal. Let's take a look at what we have here. It's not actually spelled out right there. Okay. Units of infantry brigades are allowed to have 1 hex between themselves and still be in command. Okay. So different units of the same brigade will have a letter differentiation. So this, for example, here is unreadable. I think it says Corbett or Torbert A. There'll also be like a Torbert B, right? Maybe a C. Each of them has to, either be adjacent or with no more than 1 hex between it and the other unit of that. Now, they will all be part of the same division, but the rest of the division. A unit of a brigade is within command range of its divisional commander. If it's within the command range of its divisional commander, but then other units of that same brigade can be stretched out with 2 hexes apart and still be in command. Which may mean that you kind of have to balance, like larger brigades can allow you to extend your division out to a greater extent than you would think. In the event that you are not within that kind of ranging, you get a level less activity than your division commander has. You can't move into contact with the enemy, and your movement has to be towards getting yourself back into command range. This pipe isn't doing it for me. It's not drawing well enough. Okay. Artillery units don't have to be within command range of each other. Those battalions, brigades were normally split up. What does that mean? I don't know. Because it's kind of weird here. Like, this starts to read as though you have to keep your brigade together. But I'm not sure that's actually the case. I think you can break your brigade, like, it's just really weird. Like, is it that the brigade has to stick together within 2 hexes of each other, period, the end? Or is it that, and if you read this out, it's what it sounds like, that as long as they're within range of their commander, you can have them split up however you like, but you're allowed to push it beyond that. I'm going to go with the latter because I like being permissive. Cavalry is often deployed in squadrons over wide frontages. So they're in command if they're within command range equal to the front side of their morale rating and measured in leader movement points of any other unit of the same brigade. So they can draw command off of other units of their brigade likewise, but they can spread out further. But again, some unit of that brigade has to be within command, right? You can't draw your command off other divisional units, which again feels kind of funky. Okay, we got different kinds of leaders. Army leaders, they have a command radius of 16 movement points in the tactical game, 24 over on the operational map. They say in the operational game. Yeah, no. But I don't know. And they get their ACPs, which they can do a number of things. We've gone over those again. They're being repeated here. I like that. But I don't have to reread it to you. ACPs that are used for pre-planning or bombardment are plotted in advance. All the others, if they're not used by the end of the turn, get expended. Wingnuts. They have a command radius of 12 movement points tactical, 18 on the operational, and they work the same as an army commander. Only the Union has wing commanders, and there's a few special rules about them. Essentially, why is this? Well, one of the big reasons is that Reynolds shows up early in the battle, long before Meade shows up, and kind of takes command of the entire army. But there are opportunities to create up to 3 wing commanders for the Union. And we'll see how that plays out. Artillery officers don't have ACPs, and they're used for artillery command and to act as a die roll modifier for the artillery, both for morale checks but also for firing capability. And they're better at it than other commanders, but other commanders help as well, or instead. Corps commanders have a radius of 12 or 18, same as the wingnut, and are used to generate corps command points. And again, there's a repetition of how CCPs are used, along with all the orders are spelled out here in order to spend for them. And then it sends me to another area where it specifies how the orders are actually registered, which is a little different. We kind of got a hint at it, but we didn't get all of it. Divisional level officers have a radius of 8 movement points tactical, 12 operational. And again, I'm not sure. Like, does it just extend to 12 over the whole map, or is it meant to be 8 on the tactical map, 12 on the operational map? I think the latter, rather than I'm playing the operational game, so I have a little wider span even on the tactical map. That feels wrong, but that would actually be how I read it. Unless independent divisional officers are not capable of creating command points, they're used for divisional activity die rolls and modify combat and morale. Cavalry officers have a slightly larger, 16 and 24. And whether at divisional or brigade, they're considered divisional officers for command purposes and are always independent, which means they can generate their own command points. Independent leaders. Okay, let's go into them. Cav and divisional officers who don't have the directly superior corps commander on the map yet are independent. Independents can roll for and spend CCPs themselves exactly as if they're corps commanders, but they can't accumulate them. They have a penalty of 3, I believe it was. Once their corps commander arrives on the map and gets within his own command range of the independent leader, his independence is gone at the end of the game turn. There may be opportunities to change that, though. All leaders have 2 states, active and inactive. When you're rolling for either command points or activity, well, Army commanders, I don't believe, they don't go active, and neither do artillery, or they don't go inactive. When you're rolling for command points for a corps or rolling for divisional activity, you may get a unit that goes inactive, which is going to cause the following: a -4 DRM to command point rolls, and can't accumulate the points, can't move into Zoc or Zoi, and has half his own normal movement allowance. He's not prohibited from rolling for command points. He just has this big penalty that keeps him in that inactive state. And you might say, wow, that's kind of shitty. Yeah, but a superior commander can spend a command point to activate him. And in fact, somebody has to spend a command point to activate him. If you're inactive and you manage to get a command point, you probably want to spend it to activate yourself. Divisional officers, they also roll on the activation table on a 0 through 6. They become inactive, unless they're already in a Zoc Zoi, and then they get their reduced activity. In order to activate a divisional officer on their own, they have to get the extra activity value in order to reactivate. And then they get half movement for that instead of 1.5. But also they get rid of the penalties of being inactive. Inactives can't be given any orders other than direct command, and they may not have a second impulse DAC purchased, which means their chit goes in the cup. And for the most part, you can buy to give them direct command, but that doesn't do much. Self-reactivation is very hard, so you probably don't want to rely on it. Independents are operating under specific prior orders and therefore cannot become inactive. But they're not defined ones. They're under specific prior orders to do whatever the fuck you want to. Which again feels so much less of an order system than the CWB does, and even less than things like Musket and Pike or Banish All Their Fears, where, see, in this game, I'm allowed to kind of assign these orders. I don't have to roll to achieve a new order status or anything like that. I have to roll for activity and everything, but there's just no feeling of the commander going off and doing something different from what he's being told to do, or of the situation changing in such a way that I, as the commander-in-chief, don't have a capability to react to it. No matter what I'm doing, I can make that commander, within some limitations, do what I want him to, which I find less than desirable. Part of the thing I like about the written order system or the chit orders from the Musket and Pike system is that I don't have that full command. You know, I've got a force that's charging. I can't stop them. You know, in this game, I just don't give them more attack orders. I give them something else. Or, you know, I put them in the chit cup and you're not going to do much, right? Okay, anyway. If an inactive leader at any level is stacked with or adjacent to a unit that's attacked in ground combat or forced to take a morale check due to bombardment, they lose the inactive marker. That's going to be something that I know I'm going to have trouble remembering. Inactive markers can be placed on the Army Orders card, if you like, for Fog of War, so your opponent doesn't know which of your units are fucked up. I don't know how much that matters to me. I don't know. I kind of think I would rather have them on the board, but we'll see where it's more. We'll see where it's more helpful for me, more than anything else, because I kind of feel like I gotta deal with this in order to operate any unit. So maybe it's as good there as it is over on the board. Let me swap pipes. This one just doesn't smoke right and it spills. Like I said, there's some special rules, and more of them if you start adding the variant leaders in. And there's all kinds of options there. You know what's kind of funny is, and I guess you could say, well, Reynolds taking over the Army is the equivalent of this or whatever. But, well, a lot of, because they rate him highly, but they don't really know how, you know, how well he actually would do in charge of the whole Army. You know, you have an option to have Meade in charge as historical, keep Hooker in place, have Reynolds there. You don't have the option to have Grant show up early, right? Granted, all of these other options are more likely. Reynolds was offered command a little earlier and didn't accept it because he wasn't offered enough freedom with the Army. Hooker didn't have to resign the Army. He wasn't being forced to. He wasn't being forced out of the Army. He left in a huff, basically, and it was accepted, his resignation. Okay, so wing commanders are somewhere between corps and Army leaders. They have the same command radius as corps commanders, but generate and spend Army command points like an Army commander would. The Union Army starts with Reynolds as a wing commander active in the tactical game. What's up in the operational game? Yeah, don't worry about that yet. And when Meade shows up, you have kind of a choice of whether or not you want to revert Reynolds to his corps command or leave him as a wing commander. Now, I think he probably has his subordinate, and I don't remember who that is. It's not Hancock. Let me see. You got Reynolds there. So Reynolds on the board is set up as as a wing commander. So even in this, he shows up. Here he is as a wing commander. Meade is over here. But Reynolds' sub is Doubleday. Great. Who's not bad. And now I got to find Reynolds, because it doesn't have his core number on here. So what I have to do is figure out, there he goes. Okay. And I have Doubleday on the board. Actually, I don't think I have Doubleday as a corps commander there. Do I? Maybe I do. Yes, I do. Okay. So you have multiple options. Like, anyway. Meade's allowed to have a total of 2 wing commanders, but he has 3 officers he can use as them. Reynolds, and then either Hancock or Slocum. And the second one may command any troops within his command range. To appoint a second wing commander costs Meade 3 Army command points, and that will actually reduce Meade's role. So here's the thing. When Reynolds is a wing commander, both he and Meade reduce their ACP total by 2. They don't go inactive more easily because of it. It's just like the other penalties, which are just numeric. Now, if Meade has 2 wing commanders, his second wing commander also reduces it by 2, and Meade is down by 4. So you really don't want the wing commanders out there unless you have them operating in separate sections of the board, more or less. And then they remain until the end of the game. The shift in victory level remains even if any wing commanders manage to get killed. Now let me see. Reynolds can be replaced by Hancock at no victory level shift. I think there's no victory level shift for Reynolds to begin with, but I'm trying to see where Meade can have 2. What do we have here? The second wing commander can command any troops to a point a second, cost them 3 ACBs. It's going to be one whole level of victory to have a second wing commander on the board, which sounds like a pretty massive thing, you know, like if you're going from strategic to tactical or whatever, that is generally pretty big. General 1, Chief Engineering Officer. He's got his own counter. He commandeered a couple of units starting on 12th of noon, July 2nd. All right, since he's in there here, let's find him. There he is. And we'll put him on the July 2nd. He's not in the operational rules at all. And, you know, we'll have to figure out, hey, how do I find him? He starts rolling, and if he's placed on the board, he acts as an independent division leader who rolls for CCPs on himself and has a command range of 8 movement points and can command a combination of up to 6 units. Their losses will affect the parents' division. Once he's on the map, the Union keeps rolling, and on a result of 1, Warren will be removed from the board, but then can come back, like he'll wander in and out of the game. I think that's cool. Isaiah Trimble is with the Army of Northern Virginia, hanging around with 2nd Corps, and he pesters Ewell. He was eventually given command of Pender's Corps, Pender's division, sorry. Yeah, Pender's 3-Corps division, which, and commanded it during Pickett's charge. During the nighttime reorganization phase of any day, he must be given command of a Confederate division whose leader was replaced during the previous day. If more than one qualifies, the Confederate get to choose. This will improve the division's morale, but I think Trimble's not a particularly good leader. I mean, he's not terrible. He's a 2-point leader. Each game starts with 1 Army-level artillery officer, Hunt for the Union and Pendleton for the Confederates. These arrive with their Army commander and is not deployed on the board until they're used separately from the Army commander. Each Army artillery officer may command any friendly artillery within command range equal to 3 times his command rating for moving and firing. This can occur during any friendly controlled impulse, and no matter whose command has enabled a gun to move or fire, a given artillery unit can only do it once in a single game turn. And yeah. Army artillery officers are moved through the expenditure of Army command points. Colonel Alexander, artillery battalion commander in Longstreet's Corps, but was put over command of the 1st Corps artillery commander as well as the Army Reserve officer of the majority of the guns used in the Confederate bombardment on the 3rd. At any time starting on the noon July 2 turn, okay, let's find him and put him there. Also, again, there's no indication to put these there. Look, it's just rules, right? Why would it be? Yeah, you know, he's not available until then. So, you know, he can be detached from his artillery battery. He has his own battery. Put his counter on the field as an Army artillery officer. This will cost 3 action points or 6 1st Corps command points, or any combination of them. And he must start or end the turn adjacent to 1 Corps artillery. And he functions as an Army level artillery officer, an extra one in that case. And he's pretty good. Okay. There's a bunch of variant leaders, some of which, one of which is a zombie. And then also Longstreet Scout Harrison, which, again, we'll get to when we get to the operational game and the variants and think about whether we want to do anything. Command and control. All right. We've already talked a little bit about DACs and how they're used. I'm going to kind of zoom through a lot of this. This is, though, in a lot of ways where the tactical game differs from what you would think, right? I mean, otherwise, it's not a firepower-based game. You're not, you know, calculating out the fire strength of units and, you know, making lots and lots of rolls all over the place like you are in Terrible Swift Sword, like you are in the CWB series. It's more like the Napoleon at Waterloo type games, but it doesn't use a normal CRT. It uses this die roll modifiers type concept that Berg used to like a lot of. They're simpler to present. They take less space, I guess. I don't know, because there's a lot of modifiers. All right. Let's look at the order sections, because here we go into some detail on how they're placed, how many chits are used in each order, and stuff like that. Okay. So, attack, direct, and march orders require one of the division's DACs placed on the appropriate orders box. Divisions whose first DAC is placed in either in the URAC or under direct command, attack, or march. They may then have a second DAC purchased, giving them 2 impulses of activity in the current game turn. Defend, reserve, and build orders require the use of both DACs. Now remember, there's 3, so we'll get to that, because you are sometimes allowed to buy 2 additional ones, but the rules don't seem to admit that there's a third counter for each unit. But no supply wagon. Defend, reserve, and build require the use of both DACs. If a reserve order is purchased, both DACs are placed on the orders card on the reserve orders box. Upon purchasing defend or build, place one on the appropriate orders box and the other goes into the cup. The URAC. Regardless of whether 1 or 2 DACs are required, always place the DAC in the box face up. Rest and reorganization also requires the use of both chits. As in defender build, one goes on the orders card, the other in the cup, or if enough CCPs are available, the second DAC could be designated as a direct command and placed in the direct command box. Face up or down status of the division's DACs in the R&R or build orders box represents its progress through the status, a 2-turn process. DACs may only be placed, flipped, or removed from these order boxes through the spending of command points. The current face-up down status remains the same if no command points are spent. Okay, so why would you put one of these in the direct command? Because you want to control when you get to do the movement, when you get to do the movement or action that's involved. Upon winning an action impulse in the action phase, the player gets to pick a DAC out of the URAC or select either an attack, direct command, or reserve chip if one's been purchased. Alternatively, he can voluntarily relinquish his right to play a DAC and force his opponent to play one of his own. Again, same choices. March order chits are only resolved after the main impulses during the operational movement. When a DAC is selected from the cup or a direct command orders box, you put it back in the divisional holding box and proceed to the action phase. If it's selected for a defend or reserve order, you rotate it 180 degrees upside down and leave it face up. These orders can be maintained at a smaller cost during one or more following turns. If a DAC is selected from the attack orders box, it's placed face down on the division leader counter on the board as a reminder that the division retains an attack order combat DRM for the remainder of the game turn. Once you conduct an attack order, you keep the bonus for having it. Now, that goes away if you do something other than an attack. And this DAC is returned to the division's holding box at the end of the game turn. You don't get a cheaper continual attack or anything like that. Does that all make sense? Probably not. I get it, but I'm going to have to look it up each time when I'm worrying about those things until I get very, very familiar with it, or unless there's some kind of shortcut on here which will make it easier to look up, but I think I'm going to be on this page quite a bit during the game. All right. Like I said, the meat of the game. Army Command Point segment. During the administrative phase, you get to spend ACPs, you get to roll for them. Okay, let's talk about pre-planning points and maybe bombardment points, because I don't think we've gotten enough into them. Pre-planning, the recipient gets... crap coming out of my okay. Pre-planning allows for an accumulation of CCPs to be given to a corps commander for use in specific future game turns. The recipient will get to make 2 command point rolls during the turn the PPPs become active, his own, and then a second one with the DRM equal to the number of pre-planning points. Each ACP spent generates 1 pre-planning point. You mark them on the PPP track on the Army Divisional Morale status sheets over here where it says pre-planning. And you give the turn hour, the corps, and the number of PPPs that have been accumulated. They can be accumulated and added to that total from turn to turn. This is really important because to get decisive results, you're going to need more than one order for a particular unit, for particular units. And you're going to want coordination, and you're going to want multiple units of the corps doing stuff at the same time. So just counting on your corps commander to be able to handle things on his own isn't sufficient. This is very different from the CWB flavor, right? In CWB, if my corps commander decides to do something, he's pretty good at it. Right? If he decides to take off on his own initiative, he's got no real problem with it. But the chance of getting him to do that initiative is relatively low. Here, the commanders are continuously doing whatever you want them to do, but not very aggressively. You really need to spend the CCPs to do it. And in that, it reminds me a little bit of the Zucker operational games where, yeah, you have initiatives and whatnot, but they're not very likely. But it's like you roll on units because you can't really afford to spend points on units all the time. But when you really want to get something done, when you want to make sure something's getting done, you spend points and you make sure that those units are activated for command and whatnot. Kind of like that. Different. But that's the closest that I can think of that this reminds me of, if you've seen that. Okay, bombardment. Each ACCP spent gives 2 bombardment command points. These will also be done on the PPP track. Same kind of information present. You'd have to mark that it's bombarding. And then what does it do? Well, wait till later. We'll tell you. Really, we will. At the cost of 1 ACP, a batch of already... Oh, there it is. Yuck. Shit that came out of my throat or whatever. Already designated pre-planning or bombardment points can be redesignated to a later game turn. However, in order to do this, you lose a third of them, just like if you're delaying for a turn. You can change the turn that you're delaying it to, though. It doesn't have to be the next turn or anything like that. Game turn initiative roll, you can spend to add +3 for the game turn initiative. And that'll give the winning player the first action phase as if it's a direct command, I believe. Yeah, you get to pull something out of the cup, which maybe you don't want to do. Maybe you really want to pick a command instead. At the cost of 1 ACP, the Army Commander, Wing Commander, or Army Artillery Officer can move unless inactive. They can be moved up to 2 times per turn in any friendly controlled action impulse. Moving the leader does not use up the action impulse. In addition, Army level leaders receive 1 free move per game turn. Okay, so that's what I remember. So yeah, your corps leader and whatnot. No, the Wing Commander and the Army Artillery have to be spent to move. I think the corps leader, well, we'll get to the corps command point. Impulse control DRM. You can buy a +2 die roll modifier on any given impulse when it's important for you to go first, even if it wasn't on the first impulse of the game turn. Reactivation. To self-remove an inactive marker from an Army Commander or to remove an inactive marker from any subordinate leader, it costs 2 Army Command points. A Wing Commander to self-remove costs 4, however, except for Reynolds, who I guess just costs 2, like any Army Commander would. But that's only when he's acting as the Army Commander, which is, again, what does that mean when we're talking about the operational map? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, he's not the Army Commander on the operational map, but is he the Army Commander if he's the only one that shows up on the tactical map? Again, this kind of stuff is not really well defined in here. We'll make calls as desired. All right, we're going to hit the core command segment, but I got to swap batteries. We'll try to light my pipe and create more crap down in my lungs. Peek at what the core commander can do with his points. He can impact the activity and arrival rolls of subordinate units within range and whatnot. He can also spend 1 CCP to move himself. He can move up to 2 per turn. And he gets 1 free move per game turn. Yeah, how about that? How about that? Okay. To self-remove costs him 4 CCPs, but to remove from a division, or a subordinate division, costs only 2. Coordination. This allows you to activate more than 1 division of the same corps in the same action impulse. The first division to be activated must be drawn from the URAC. I'm kind of disturbed by that. No, maybe 1 drawn from the URAC. Otherwise, it can come from the chart. But any additional one has to have either a direct command or attack order purchased for it. It costs 1 point for the second, 2 for the third, 3 for the fourth such division coordinated in 1 impulse. Only Longstreet has 4 divisions, and then only when using Ransom's optional variant. These costs are cumulative, okay? So, yeah. So if you want to activate 3 divisions, 2 additional ones, it costs you 3 extra CCPs. Good luck, getting a whole lot without a whole lot of PPPs. Is it that big a deal? Maybe. You can also purchase additional DACs, up to 2, for a given division, provided that the division's first DAC is either in the cup or under direct command, attack, or march orders. For the second such purchase, use one of the letter-coded chits. Now, I'll use the third counter that you don't admit happens. There are letter-coded chits here, and they have other possible uses, which we'll keep in mind, like independent units might need them. I don't know. What are we here? Each DAC purchased costs an additional 2 CCPs, and these additional DACs normally go in the cup. However, if you have enough points, you can put them in direct command, attack, or march. However, the first additional DAC costs -1 times the demoralization factor to the division's morale. The second one costs -2 times the demoralization factor to the morale. The division starts getting worn out if you're going to do a lot of chits on it. Don't just do it at random. Have an idea in mind that you're planning on, which you probably do because you're probably going to need some pre-planning points to do some of these. Of course, the CCP can collect up a lot of points. A corps can just sit around and do nothing and collect up. I mean, yeah, there's a point of diminishing returns, but yeah. Additional activation chit for March Orders Division or a road column. At a CCP cost of 2 for a single division, or 1 plus the number of divisions in a road column, an additional activation chit allows for march order units to move again in a game turn. This will give a -1 DMF. Now over here, it says you can use march orders along with the others. I think that's not the case, and in fact, given that march orders is called out specifically, I'm going to cross that out. Because I think you're only allowed to buy 1 additional counter for march orders. There was some place else where it went into that specifically as well. There is some errata. It's not well organized, and there's a fair amount of it. So we're going to just make it up as we go. Okay. Maintain prior orders at a reduced cost. For only 1 CCP, if you've got a defender reserve order, you can maintain that order. Okay. Now, basically what happens is I buy myself a defend order over here, and I can't duplicate that, right? The effects of the defend order or the reserve order, which I believe uses 2 chits, defend, I think, uses 2 as well, 1 in the cup, 1 outside. If I buy one of those orders, once it's been used, the order gets rotated to indicate that I've used it, but most importantly, I can buy it again on the next turn for only 1 command point, whereas, and I don't know if the price was here, but it's over here. The cost for a defend is 2, the cost for a reserve is 2. The first turn you do it, but on later turns it may be cheaper. And we'll see that there's others like it. Okay, engaged orders for engaged in divisions, which is somebody is in an enemy zone of control. They can be given direct command, attack, or defend orders. They may be given R&R, rally, or build orders, DAC face up in the order box, which require withdrawal from an enemy ZOC ZOI, but may not have their DACs flipped to their face-down flag side if in a ZOC-ZOI. Okay, what's up with the face-down flag side? Certainly for R&R and for build, and I'm assuming rally, although again, I don't know how rally is expressed. It's a per brigade or per counter capability, and there are no counters which really, there are no counters to use for that, except maybe the resupply ammo counters. The builds have their little entrenchments, but there's something different. If you're outside of a zone of control, zone of influence, you're able to conduct that operation. So you're able to rest your unit and get the cohesion hits back. You're able to dig the trenches, whatever. All right, direct command. You put a DAC in the direct command box rather than in the URAC. When you win an action impulse, you can activate the direct command condition immediately. You get a +1 DRM to your activity roll, and you may move into an enemy ZOC. I think you have to fight if you do that. I think that's what it said elsewhere. And then the DAC goes back in its divisional pot. You get no special lingering effects. Attack costs 2 command points. This allows you to place a DAC in the attack box on the orders card rather than in the cup. If you win an action impulse, you can activate that division immediately. They may move into an enemy ZOC, and they automatically get a level of activity 1 higher than rolled for by their commander. Remember, the other thing gave you a +1. This gives you more, up to a maximum of extra. Attack order divisions get a +3 to their combat die roll and +1 on their morale check. You really don't want to fight if you're not under attack orders. Like, you don't want to attack without being under attack orders. Units defending against attack order divisions get a +1. That's the defend order, I believe, not just if you're defending against attack order. Get a +1 to their own combat rolls. I'm not positive about that. Like, maybe it's anything defending against an attack roll gets a bonus. That'll increase the damage to both sides, basically. Units with attack orders must advance into any vacated hex after combat. They may advance into the vacated hex if enemy units adjacent to them conduct a voluntary withdrawal. Okay. Divisions with attack orders have their morale lowered by the DMF at the end of the impulse. If the division has a second or third DAC purchased for it, and these are also purchased as attack orders, the penalty is in addition to the penalty for the extra impulsive activations. So you can really accumulate a lot of fatigue by continuing an attack. If attack orders get burned before they can get used, the division does not receive the DMF penalty because the attack never happened. So I guess you assess it when it actually happens. They say at the end of the impulse. How do you... Yeah, at the end of the impulse, not at the end of the turn. Fair enough. If a division with attack orders conducts an attack on an enemy division which has an unspent attack order chit of its own, both divisions get +2 on their combat rolls and a +1 on any morale checks. The defending unit in this situation must move its unspent attack orders chit into the cup and lose its DMF at the end of that impulse. Basically, they slam together in the impulse that whoever went first with the attack order actually does so. That could be kind of used as a sort of a soak-off type fight, which the game doesn't really allow soak-offs, but you could basically attack something to negate its attack order, just attack like one brigade or something, or one counter basically, and negate a rather large attack, foiling it that way. Just, some thoughts. At the end of the impulse, the DAC is placed flag side up on top of the division officer on the board as a reminder that they keep their combat DRM for the remainder of the game turn if engaged in combat by the enemy. This includes being forced to attack adjacent enemy defending units. Now here, it has capitalized defend orders. In the other place, it has a lowercase defend, which makes me wonder, do they mean the defend order, or do they just mean everybody defending against an attack, the attacker is going to take more damage. And you'll see when we look at how the combat actually works, why that's more damage, but they still have a morale bonus and everything, so there's enough complexity to the combat system. So it's not like a Napoleon at Waterloo type system in the end. At the end of the game turn, the DAC goes back in the divisional holding box. If an attack order division has a second DAC, which is not an attack order, the flag marker and its DRM is removed when that second DAC, just as that second DAC is being activated instead of at the end of the game turn. Basically, if you try to do something other than attack, you're no longer attacking, you no longer keep that bonus. Okay. Reserve. 2 CCPs. You stack both DACs face up in the reserve box on the orders card. If you win an action impulse, you may retain it in the reserve status by not activating. Leave both DACs in the reserve box, fine. Yeah, I don't think that counts as your action. Like, you do something else. Or you may reposition the division. Remove one of the DACs from the reserve box and replace it in its divisional holding box. The division takes no activity roll, but gets half movement. This movement may not be into an enemy zone of control. The second DAC remains in the reserve box and the division retains its reserve status, or the division can be activated, in which case the DAC or DACs are returned to the division holding box. Reserve divisions then may enter an enemy ZOC and get one level of activity higher than that rolled by their leader, up to the maximum of extra unless their division's already been repositioned. In either case, the minimum level for any reserve division being activated is half. Okay. Reserve divisions do not need to be activated in a given game turn. They're not forced to be burned if they're the only remaining unactivated DACs for the unfinished player. That would end the action phase, though, if that's all you have and you declare you're not doing any of them. If only one DAC remains in the reserve... Okay, at the end of the turn. No, wait, here. If attacked by the enemy in ground combat, but not bombardment, if only one DAC remains in the reserve box, the division's DAC is put into the cup. You're no longer in reserve, you've been engaged, and now you get to react as any other unit that's been engaged would. If both DACs are in the reserve box, one is moved to the direct command box, the other one goes into the division box. So if you didn't do a repositioning yet, so let me explain what the reserve situation is. You got two chits in the thing, and what they tell you is you spend one and you have partially moved your force into a better position for something you may still want to do. And now you still have that something left. If you get engaged after you've moved one of you've done that partial movement, which is kind of like a direct order, but it's a low movement point cost, because you're in reserve, like you're kind of only getting one action out of it, but it might be split over two different impulses. Because you partially committed that reserve to shift position of the reserve, now your command goes into the direct command box, which is a little stronger than putting it in the cup. You're still capable of doing stuff, but you are, again, you're engaged, you're no longer in that reserve state. If you had both chits in the, if you had one chit in the reserve space left, and you've done that repositioning, you go back in the cup, you have less movement available. If you fully commit the reserve to enter enemy spaces, you use the last chit, or both chits at once. Okay. If you're in reserve at the end of the game turn, the army morale is raised by the division's army morale factor. This is the, I'm flexible and we're doing okay. You know, we weren't needed. Now, what feels weird to me is why is that helping the Army morale? And like, you're sort of the second line when you're in the reserve box. Why does that particularly help Army morale and rest and relaxation doesn't? And I don't know. I really don't know. Okay. In any case, though, if you are engaged in combat, if your ZOC is entered, you lose your reserve status. You're no longer in the reserve box at all. Anyway, at the end of the game turn, leave the DAC or DACs in the reserve box, face up and rotate them 180 degrees as a reminder that you purchased reserve orders for that division, and the next game turn, they can be bought for only 1 and maintained at 1. And that is regardless of whether you did a repositioning or not. The repositioning doesn't cost you your reserve status, ever. Okay. Unless a member unit of a division is already in an enemy ZOC, only direct command, attack, and reserve orders allow you to engage the enemy. I'm not sure you can put your unit in reserve if it's already in a ZOC. I don't know if there's a prohibition against it, but it feels wrong. Okay. Defend. At a cost of 2 CCPs, you place one of the division's DACs in the cup and the other in the defend box on the orders card. When the chit, and this is the thing, you have to remember which boxes, you know, what the chit means in each box at all times. Because you might look and say, oh, I want to defend, I'll trigger that off. No, you've got to draw it out of the cup, right? But, oh, I'm in the reserve box with 1 left. That means I can commit my reserve, but at reduced effectiveness because I've already moved half. Like, you have to know all these specifics of each of these orders. And this is more streamlined than the orders in fucking CWB? Give me a goddamn break. This is an incredibly cumbersome and detailed mechanism that does different things. And I think they're kind of neat. But I just can't believe that anyone would say this is more streamlined than something where you get to pretty much do whatever you want within a set of written orders, which is really what CWB and Viva l'Empereur allow for. There's almost no overhead. I mean, there's the overhead of writing the order, of pre-planning what you're going to do and stuff like that. But the actual mechanism is just so simple. Whereas this is like, oh my God. All right. I guess he thinks this is a simplified, easy to read map. One thing that he did point out about his map, and I haven't looked at it too carefully, but it's not the map itself, but his rules are going to cover something and maybe do it in a way that I want to try to translate to other games, which is there's this layer cake concept in a lot of games. Think about CWB here, where you have a level, right? And if you're moving along that level, you don't pay any kind of, it's just like walking along clear terrain. And here, somehow or another, there's a concept of if you're in a hex with a slope, no matter what, you're paying for that slope, right? If there's a level change, because you're not walking on flat ground, you're walking on ground, you know, like a hillside or something. And that ain't easy. There are very few mesas in Pennsylvania. Okay. Oh, what are we at here? Right, I think we just did the defend, the rest and reorganization. We did reserve. We didn't do defend yet. Okay, so we started defend. At the cost of 2, you put the DAC in, 1 in the cup, 1 in the defend box, and when the chit is pulled from the cup, you don't make an activity roll, All units of the division are allowed to move up to 2 hexes, and they can move into enemy zones of control as long as the enemy unit exerting it is already engaged by at least one friendly unit of the same division. You can reinforce your own division. The movement may also be used to withdraw from an enemy zone of control, although this will trigger a morale check after any allowed follow-up by the enemy units because you're giving up ground. If the enemy does follow up and gets back into contact, combat will still occur. This is a fighting withdrawal. During the action phase, during 3C of the action phase, I don't know what that is. Ah, yes. Okay. That is the impulse, I believe. Let's see. Yeah. During your action impulse, when you draw that chit, okay? After you do any movement or whatever from that chit, all those enemy units must attack units that are defending. During the, like, I'm the defender, I trigger my chit from the cup, not from the orders section. I'm not allowed to do that. Not with this order. I trigger my chit, and if we are in contact at the end of whatever movement I made, you must attack me during my impulse. Again, a lot of weird stuff here. It's indicating that I'm putting pressure on you as the defender, and you know, you're going to have to break away to get out of that situation, or break me. Regardless of whose activation triggered the combat, units with defend orders get a +2 DRM on all combat rolls and a +1 DRM on all morale checks. Okay, let's go back here. Defending against attack orders gives a +1 DRM to the defender. That's not the defend order. That's anyone defending against an attack order. They're going to do more damage to the attacker. The attacker is going all out. They're going to get hurt more. But they do more damage too. They get a +3 to the die roll, which is a big deal. Okay, so that is clear that did not mean the defend order, even though it's using the same word. But it's not capitalized, which is why I thought that might be the case. At the end of the impulse, the DAC stays in the defense box, but it's rotated 180 degrees face up to remind you that you can maintain it for 1 CCP on the next administrative phase. If you purchase the maintenance, it gets rotated normally, and the second chit goes into the cup. If it's not maintained, it all goes back in the division box, and you do whatever orders you do other than maintaining that. R&R costs 1 CCP. You put one of the division's DACs in the R&R box, and the other one is placed either in the cup or at the cost of an extra CCP in the direct command box. You're not allowed to put defensive in the direct command box, right? I thought there might have been some place where it said you were. Anyway. When either the cup pull or direct command DAC is activated, the R&R division keeps its full movement allowance, but defends at half strength. And any member units that start their action impulse in an enemy zone of influence must attempt to end their movement outside of it. This is poorly described, I think. Let's see what it says. At the end of the impulse, you leave the DAC in the R&R box face up. During the administrative phase of the next turn, you have options. So here's the thing. How do I tell? The way this is worded sounds like after I've activated an R&R, I'm now impacted by that half movement. Or by that half defense strength. I think that's what's intended, but there's no way of telling that easily. And that's what worries me with this. So when the other chit is activated, when the other DAC is activated, it retains its full movement allowance but defends at half strength, and any member units must attempt to end their movement outside of it. All right. At the end of the impulse, you leave the DAC. I think maybe if I leave both in, this would work. The next game turn, the player has the following options. At no cost in CCPs, leave the DAC in the R&R box face up. This allows the division to keep moving further away. You can either purchase a direct command for the other DAC, getting the +1 to the activity die roll, or I guess put it in the cup again. It's not well spelled out here. This order is not well done. At the cost of 1 CCP, I can flip the DAC face down to show that the division is now in R&R. While face down showing, it gets half their normal movement when the other DAC is activated and counts as broken if it's attacked in ground combat. Okay, it's face down to show me that I'm really actually doing this now. I'm not just promising the guys a beer, they're drinking it. And a ground combat encounter would also flip the DAC in the R&R orders box face up at the end of combat. Face up is going to break, they're going to throw their beer down, they get hurt, but then they're ready again. They sober up. At the end of the current and each subsequent game turn in which the division's DAC remains face down, this is at the end of the turn, all non-shaken member units lose a cohesion hit each, except for the first cohesion hit, which has to remain. Now, that's the first on each side that has to remain. And the division's morale is raised by 1 times the division morale factor. It costs no CCPs to leave the DAC face down in subsequent game turns, and the positive effects in terms of cohesion hits and division morale will automatically continue. However, if you get hit while you're face down in there, you're in trouble. This one is one of the harder ones to cope with, and I'm not sure that I fully grasp. But I think what happens is that once the chit is placed, once the chit is played, let's see, how is this worded? At no cost in CCPs, yeah. The first turn, I place it face up in there, and I get a counter in here or in here. Okay? When that counter is triggered, I get to move. And there's a good reason to put it in the direct command if you're in danger of being hit, right? Because you want to get out of the way. I think I have to put both counters in the march box at that point. Or rotate it 180 degrees, or something to indicate that I have moved, and because now my combat strength is halved after I moved. I don't think my combat strength is halved before I play that chit, though. Okay? The way it's worded. And there's nothing in here that distinguishes that. So I think something needs to be done to indicate that I have done that step of drawing the chit and maybe moving. Once I've done that, then I have the option to keep him in a sort of a mobile state where I can keep running away. If I planned to do that, I probably wouldn't put him in R&R. I would just put him under direct command, or I'd leave him in the cup, you know, where he's free. But if I planned on R&Ring and the situation doesn't look ripe at the end of the turn anymore, I can leave him in the state of trying to reach safety. And I believe that costs nothing? Yeah, that costs nothing. Or I can pay on the next turn, this is where this decision is made on the next turn. I can pay 1 CCP to actually get him that beer. And then he can drink the beer as long as he wants for free. So it's an unending cup of Guinness. I'll have another just like it. All right. Now, what's the third option here? At the cost of 1 CCP, you flip up the face-up DAC may be removed from the R&R box and returned to the division holding box, thus bringing it back to full ability. I'm not sure that's the face-up one. I think it's face-up or face-down, because I can't get out of the face-down otherwise. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, it costs nothing to leave it face-down for the rest of the time. Yeah, I think it may just be it cost me 1 to get him out of face-down and into normal usage. That makes the most sense, that I'm pulling them out of the rest, but it might be just as bad to tell him I'm going to put him in R&R and then not do it. That might also cost 1. But no matter what, I've got to be able to, there's got to be something that allows me to take him out of it. Otherwise, he stays face down forever, the way this is worded. All right, I got to swap batteries. Let's get through the rest of the orders, and then we'll pause. Hey, we've got Rally down there too. The mystery order that I don't know how you're supposed to signify. Build is to start building breastworks. Costs 1 CCP. You put one of the division's DACs in the cup and the other one in the build box, just like Rust and Reorganization. Face up. When the random chit is pulled, and no, you're not allowed to put it in the direct command. But maybe elsewhere it says you could. I don't know. When the random chit is pulled, all member units may be moved up to half their normal allowances, but must move out of any enemy zone of control, unless already stacked with a build marker. If attacked by ground combat, the unit will defend normally. At the end of the current game turn, leave the DAC in the build orders box. In the administrative phase of the next game turn, you have options. Pay no CCPs. You can stay in the build box face up. You can continue to reposition yourself, what is it, half movement? But you can't move into an enemy zone of control, and you defend at full strength. At the cost of 1 CCP, you can flip it face down, just like R&R, in the build orders box. The units may not move, but will defend at full strength. If so attacked, the DAC is immediately flipped back to its face up side. You didn't get any building done. If the DAC is still face down at the end of the game turn, a build marker is placed beneath any unshaken units of the division currently occupied or adjacent to a hex containing either woods or rough terrain. You gotta have something to build the breastworks with. Optional rule. You can place or flip them in any open terrain hex if the division or army level supply wagon is within 3 hexes of the hex in question at the end of the turn and on its front side. Wagons that have moved don't have the right to do this. All right, so they'll help you gather the wood. Any units of the division starting the turn stacked with a breastworks counter may move up to half normal movement allowance, but may not place a build marker in the same turn. If all units of the division start a turn stacked with breastworks, the DAC may be flipped back to its face-up side at no cost in CCPs, and then the breastworks marker remains in place if the units stacked with them leave. So, if I've got any units stacked with a breastwork, I can move half the normal movement allowance. I can keep building the breastworks and just keep going and going and going forever without having to stop. Or I can flip it face up, and I don't know why I would do that. Like, I think I'd want to get rid of it, to be honest. At the cost of 1 CCP, the DAC can be removed from the build order box and replaced in the divisional holding box. Okay, that's why I want to. It costs me to stop building. It's like beer. I don't want to stop digging. Yeah, tell me about it. And replaced in the divisional holding box, the division has now been released from construction duty and regains its full abilities and no longer feels addicted to it. march orders. March orders aren't used in the normal impulse segment. Remember, there's a special march impulses that happens after. All units intending to use operational movement must be placed under march orders by placing their first DAC at no cost into the march orders box on the orders sheet. Divisions entering as reinforcements always arrive under march orders, but do not have their DAC placed onto the orders card until they make their arrival roll. Two or more divisions of the same corps under march orders can be designated as a road column. This costs nothing. You stack their DACs together in the march box. At least one of the divisions must have the corps commander, and all such divisions must be within his command range. All the divisions of a road column may be activated as a group, and the player can pick their order of activation for traffic control. However, each division rolls its activity separately, so they might end up getting traffic jams anyhow. If a portion of the division is already on the board, arrives as a reinforcement, that portion is considered to be a separate out-of-command division under march orders. It retains the status until it gets within command range of its onboard leader. It uses a letter-coded generic activation chit and rolls for activity using a command rating equal to half of its morale rating rounded up. It may go inactive, if so it's marked with an inactive marker and can only be reactivated in the normal manners. A second activation chit can be purchased for an entire road column at a cost in CCPs of 1 plus the number of divisions in the road column. Normally it would just cost you 1. I think this is still going to cost you extra fatigue to do. I'd have to look that up carefully to see the list of capabilities. All right. Finally, the mystery capability, Rally. No command space in the box. It's done on a brigade by brigade level. At a cost of 1 CCP per brigade, spent in any friendly impulse during the action phase, any individual brigades or units may be given a rally order and pulled out of line in an attempt to shore up cohesion without affecting the entire division. Such units automatically get half normal movement, must attempt to get outside an enemy zone of influence, and at the end of their movement are marked with an ammo resupply marker. As for ammo resupply, the marker is removed if the unit is attacked in ground combat or disrupted by bombardment. At the end of the game turn phase, each unit with that marker remaining individually takes a morale check to see if it loses a cohesion. All normal DRMs apply. There's an additional -1 if they're out of range of supply wagons. This is not applied to Cav or if not using the optional supply wagon rules. The marker is removed after the morale check regardless of the outcome. It's not used for Cav because I think they're saying Cav don't run out of ammo very easily. They have their sabers and maybe their pistols. They don't fire as much. That's going to be a hard argument for the carbine armed Cav. Maybe they carry more ammo, but man, I'm a little iffy on that. But anyway, they're not really distinguished. They're just given a high strength. As certainly, I'm guessing they're not as potent as they are in Terrible Swift Sword. They're not that potent in CWB. They're okay. They're good, you know. But when you start giving them like a ×5 multiplier for firing their weapons, they're pretty kick-ass. They're like machine gun nests in the original Terrible Swift Sword. I don't know if Three Dog makes them that powerful, but they're pretty ridiculous. And you know, basically, Confederate Third Corps comes on, marches up towards them, and is like, "Yeah, I don't want to get anywhere near these guys." That's a machine gun nest there. Worse is the motorcycle units with machine guns, although honestly they don't fire very powerful. They're in TSS, they're the headquarters units, which move around like mobile Cav do, basically, but fire like a 1-point rifled infantry. They don't have as much firepower as the Cav do when they're laying down firing at you, but man, they can really generate some powerful flanking shots. The problem with them is you can't use them offensive fire. You can only use them defensive fire. But you're like swinging them around doing weird shit with them. There was some really fucked up stuff in Terrible Swift Sword in the original rules for the Great Battles of the American Civil War. I know that the headquarters units lost that capability as the game evolved. I don't know if those carbine units are still anywhere near as potent as they are in the original. It's kind of funny because in Stonewall, let's do an aside here. Let's just continue the aside. In Stonewall, what Mark Herman did was he basically said Terrible Swift Sword has way too many casualties accruing. Now, the problem is Terrible Swift Sword has combat tables that kind of accurately generate the casualties for the amount of combat that was going on, right? But what Herman did was he basically just like said, let's reduce the casualties on all these tables, and made all the firepower a lot less destructive. That wasn't the answer. The answer, my friends, they're blowing in the wind. The ants are blowing in the wind. The answer is to not allow the player to just march his units and continually combat all game long. Now, there's fatigue rules in Terrible Swift Sword, but they're not sufficient. The real problem is the fact that there's almost always a significant level of combat going on, right? That's being fought at like, maximal push by one side or the other somewhere on the map. And that really wasn't the case. And how do you get around that? Well, to some extent, the CWB series gets around that by putting the orders in place. It's harder to activate your units and get them to do that. I feel like this game might be able to do the same kind of thing. The other thing is this game doesn't track individual casualties. It tracks something, more amorphous. These cohesion hits, which are recoverable and might be stragglers. They might be anything, So you don't really know what is being lost and what's not in the same way. You look at the losses when you look at the Butcher's Bill in TSS and you're like, whoa, we've only fought one day and we already hit over the casualties for the 3-day battle. What the hell's going on here? All right, ZOC, ZOI. Zone of control is what you're used to surrounding hex sites. Note there's no facing in this game, okay? Might seem a little weird for a game that's handling, tactical level combat to some degree over here. The designer speaks it away. He says, a lot of the games that have facing rules and whatnot, they're really just basically plastering over something that isn't really that big a factor. And that it's often far too easy to slip around the flank of a unit or whatever. And the way it's going to handle that is in the combat table, it's going to give a bonus for surrounding, like an operational game often does. It's got a lot of that operational feel to the system. Now, obviously, look, if you're playing, linear warfare, you absolutely need the flanks in there. Now, is it possible that a unit sometimes gets hit in the flank in the Civil War? Sure, it happened a lot, and it definitely had an impact. Those instances are covered by the randomness of the die rolls, rather than by the maneuvering that is really, in the designer's view, too broad a stroke to really be able to indicate what's going on. That it's giving the illusion of a detail that's not real. Okay. And I buy that. If you're in an enemy zone of control, you get a penalty to your mind, yes, to your morale checks of -2. If a division is activated, all units exerting the zone onto any of its member units has to be attacked unless you're under defend orders. Yes and no. There are other orders where you don't have to attack as well. But under normal considerations, you would have to attack if you're in the zone. You can't use road movement to enter an enemy zone. You can leave enemy zones, either voluntary or mandatory withdrawal. Use voluntary withdrawal when you leave it in your own movement phase. Like I said, there are things that don't require you to attack when you're activated. If you're still there, you have to attack. Withdraw before combat. You can choose to retreat to get a DRM after a combat result requires a morale check. And there's also a fallback option. And we will get to these all fairly soon. If you're forced to leave a zone of control, you use mandatory withdrawal. For example, from a combat retreat. If you leave in your own movement phase, you expend half your available movement points plus the cost of the terrain of the hex entered. But no matter what, you can always move a minimum of 2 hexes. Not 1, 2. Whether conducting a withdrawal before combat, retreat, or fallback, if you leave an enemy zone of control, you must take a morale check at the end of movement after any follow-up that's allowed by the enemy. A unit from a stack in an enemy zone of control that leaves the stack with at least one other unit remaining in the zone of control, though, does not have to take a morale check. Now, I don't believe you're allowed to stack with anything other than your own brigade, not just division, your own brigade. So, leaders stacked with a unit that withdraws or falls back, retreats from an enemy zone of control have to take a risk to the general check before the unit takes its morale check. Units that withdraw, fall back, retreat into an enemy zone of control take an additional cohesion hit for each such hex they enter, and then they have to continue their withdrawal, fall back until they reach a hex not in an enemy zone of control. And this does not preclude the enemy from following up, moving back adjacent to your unit. Zones of influence. So the idea here is wider spread pickets and the longer range of most of the weapons, even the muskets, but they don't have effective range out there, but the rifles would. Zones of, as well as shelling, etc. That's just not, covered in detail by the game. Again, instead of plastering over things with details that give you the illusion that they matter, goes for a fuzzier attempt. Now, I like those details in a lot of games, so don't get me wrong there. Non-disrupted, unengaged units have a zone of influence projecting out for infantry 2 hexes, cavalry 3 hexes because of their greater mobility, etc. Artillery 4 hexes, their greater firepower. Now, artillery is the one thing where facing probably should be in play. Like, it was kind of a big deal to swing the facing of artillery units. But again, the turns are what? More than 20 minutes, right? Half hour? An hour in many cases. So, yeah. Half hour, for whatever reason, half hour, oh no, this is an hour and a half. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. So hour-long turns, yeah, you're going at a level of abstraction where the artillery should be able to swing around pretty easily. 20-minute turns is probably, you're getting pretty iffy on dealing with facing already at that. All right. Artillery goes out 4 hexes, 5 if they have a line of sight into a hexes 2 or more levels lower than itself. Engaged units have their zone of influence reduced to 1 hex. The instant an enemy unit, engaged units have their zone of influence reduced to 1 hex, which is their zone of control. But if an enemy unit leaves their zone of control, both units get their zones of influence immediately restored to their maximum distance. Units in an enemy zone of influence get a -1 DRM to all morale checks, not cumulative to the -2 for the zone of control. You cannot use road movement to enter a zone of influence. You pay 1 movement point beyond normal cost of terrain to enter each enemy zone of influence hex. There's no, this is going to be hard to remember, but I'll get it eventually, but I'll probably fuck up for a while. There's no cost to leave an enemy zone of influence. The presence of a friendly unit in a hex negates any enemy zone of influence for purpose of movement. So, but you do have to pay for stacking costs. We'll get to that. Zone of control, zone of influence, and tracing command. Can't trace command through a zone of control. Zone of influence counts exactly like movement. You add 1 movement point to the cost of tracing. And a friendly unit will negate it. And you don't have to pay stacking when you're tracing command. In lower light, low light turns, drop the zones of influence, and night turns, the zone of influence drops all the way down to 2 hexes for all units. Really only affects artillery. Artillery is the only thing that has more than 2 hexes in the low light. Weather. Weather is going to impact as well. Rain, light and heavy rain affect as low light and night respectively. And any combination of rain and low light gets you to night vision. Stacking. All right. In open ground, no more than 3 combat units can stack in a hex, only 2 of which may be artillery. In woods, town, rough woods, or marsh, no more than 2 units in a hex may stack, only 1 of which can be artillery. Supply wagons count as 2 units for stacking. A maximum of 1 non-artillery combat unit may stack with a supply wagon. Yeah. Although this is allowed in any terrain. So they're kind of like 1.5. To better represent actual number of wagons, the supply wagons on a road are also assumed to occupy both adjacent road hexes. Off-road, they're assumed to occupy all adjacent non-road hexes. In effect, for movement purposes, wagons have a zone of influence of 1 effective on both sides. Yeah, whatever. It's worse than that. Only infantry and cavalry of the same brigade or artillery from the same battery or brigade may ever be voluntarily stacked together. Okay, well, we got an issue with this because you're allowed to stack artillery with other things, which kind of negates this. And they talk about what? Only 1 of which may be an artillery unit. Look, obviously you're meant to be able to stack artillery with regular units and what. Okay. So it's not properly stated. Single counter brigades and orphan units, sometimes left in a 3 or 4 unit brigade, can stack with other brigades of the same division without penalty. You're going to have to be kind of careful with that. But stacking limits are in effect at all times. You may not move through a fully stacked hex, but there are some exceptions. Units in support of frontline units that win a combat can exceed normal stacking limits in order to pass through the frontline unit. Okay, so the idea here is you're allowed to have units, basically you'd have 1 unit in the front and then a unit behind it in a supporting position. And then if you win the combat and get a chance to advance, you could bring the support unit forward instead of advancing with the front unit. You also have the option to advance with both. And we'll see that when we get to the advancing. And support is going to be a bonus in combat as well. Units in support of a frontline unit at the start of the movement phase may switch places with the frontline unit, but this costs their entire movement allowance. Sounds kind of like banish all their fears. The former frontline unit would then have to take a normal morale check for having withdrawn from the enemy zone of control. Withdrawing and retreating units may exceed stacking limits to pass through an occupied hex, but this gives a cohesion hit to all units involved. Units may not be stacked while using road movement, and they may not use road movement to enter or leave a hex occupied by another unit. Units entering an already occupied hex pay a movement cost of 1 in addition to the cost of entering the terrain. A stacked unit in an enemy zone of control may move into an adjacent enemy zone of control hex without penalty, providing that at least one unit remains in the original hex. Within the limits of stacking, units making a voluntary withdrawal from an enemy zone of control may freely stack with and move through units of their same brigade division. They must take a morale check at the end of the movement, and if now stacked, the results apply to the entire stack. However, if the units from the stack in the enemy zone of control leave that stack with at least one other unit remaining in the zone, they don't have to take the morale check at all. Now, I'm looking... Withdrawing, retreating. Yeah, that's not voluntary withdrawal. Let me make another mark, because withdrawal is the voluntary stuff. So we're talking just retreating. Again, there's a contradiction. There's two rules that say different things. I'm going to use best information here. Rather than look at the... at the errata in the hopes that maybe somebody caught this within the first year of the game. This game was not played very much, so I think that the errata may not be very, very good. I don't have a lot of hope for it. Let me check that battery. Looky, 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 we're past the halfway mark in the basic rules. Oh boy. We'll do another video for this set, but I feel like we kind of have to cope with the basic rules. And yes, I'm reading the rules. I feel like these elements are a little different from other, there's always little differences. Okay. Stacking and retreat. If you retreat through an occupied hex, either voluntarily or mandatory, you must take a morale check after any enemy follow-up exactly as the retreating unit. If it is of the same brigade as the retreating unit, there's no additional penalty. If they're of different brigades, it gets a cohesion hit and then takes a morale check. Okay, so this is weird. Like, I feel like these two sections just don't have to do with each other. Like... this whole thing, this withdrawal, retreating, it feels like there's more specific rules for them here, and we should just ignore that whole rule, probably. Okay. Withdrawing, retreating units may exceed stacking limits to pass through a fully stacked hex. Oh. Yeah. All right. This was not a problem. There is no problem. This was stacking limits. This is why you don't want, this is why you want actual paper like this game has for your rule books and not that plastic stuff, because you can't erase marks that you make in the modern glossy rule book paper. It's not paper. I don't know what the hell it is. It's some substance that stands in for actual paper. Okay, yeah, so there's actually no contradiction here. These things, you're allowed to retreat through units, but you're also allowed to retreat through overstacked units, and the overstacked units give you an additional problem. Okay. Movement's done in, tactical movement is done in the normal impulses. Operational movement is going to be done after all the impulses are done with a separate set of march impulses. You get a movement allowance, which is modified by the terrain effects as you move. And there's almost no rules on this, which is great. Now they continue on here. You make an activity roll for each division. and you get a series of modifiers and a multiplier to how much movement you have. We already looked at that chart before. You don't have to use your extra bonus. You don't have to use all your movement ever. So that's fine. Basically, there's no concept of momentum of a charge or anything like that. And in an hour, there better not be. If at the time of the activity roll, if you have units in an ZOC, ZOI, the minimum result is half, your division is not going to just sit on its ass when it's already essentially in engagement range of any kind. If the division is under either attack or reserve orders, it gets a layer higher than it would get otherwise. Anything exciting? Road trail is cheaper, even if you're not using operational movement, but you're using road movement, which means no stacking. Okay, here's one that's a little different from most games. A unit with one or more movement factors remaining may always move that one final hex, providing that the movement factors remaining are at least half the movement cost rounded up of the desired hex, but you can't enter a zone of influence using road movement. Wow. That is just, normally your movement allowance is as far as you can go, and maybe you're allowed a free hex. You're usually allowed a free hex of movement if you don't have enough movement points to move even one hex. This is just very different and very cumbersome in terms of the writing. The added movement point cost for moving up major and minor slope hexes is reduced by 1 when moving down the hex side. I can just see how ugly this is going to be. So slope hex, 1 plus cost of terrain to enter from the same level. Minor slope, plus 1, 0. Okay, so they've got it divided here, whether you're going up or down. They did not have... I mean, they had to write something because that's kind of cryptic. But, yeah, I get what it is. Artillery. For artillery to move, they have to be in command range of an appropriate superior officer, and then it's commanded. Confederate divisional commanders can command their own, corps can command their subordinate divisions, all kind of stuff like that. Same as for firing. An artillery unit may only be commanded by and move along with a single division in any single game turn. Artillery have two sides, committed and uncommitted. Commanded but uncommitted artillery, which move over half their printed movement allowance, are flipped to their committed side. Commanded but previously committed artillery units can move up to half their movement. If an activated division has multiple impulses in the same game turn, the artillery is flipped to its uncommitted side at the start of each impulse. They may never enter an enemy zone of control. Okay, this is painful, right? You're going to have to keep track of who the artillery is associated with. And there is nothing that will help you with this in terms of in game terms. Basically, like, let's say First Corps has an artillery unit. First Division moves. It takes the artillery, say half its distance. That, uncommits it, whatever, or that doesn't commit it. Now, note that if I move it the full distance and First Division moves again, I uncommit the artillery. I've got a choice. I can fire it instead or something along those lines. Again, hour-long turns, look, but it feels like it's getting a bit I don't know. The system feels like it's getting to a point where the rules are not going to hold it together anymore. Like, you're really counting on me memorizing all kinds of shit that's going on, but in between impulse chip pulls and whatnot. And I walk away. So I would not be surprised if some of my artillery is going to do stuff. Now, again, if I move the artillery full movement, or above half movement, I guess it's getting committed by that. But it can commit multiple times per turn if the unit that it's being commanded by has multiple turns. And there's no way to distinguish, what a unit is being commanded by. It has multiple choices that it can be commanded by, but it can only be commanded by one in each given turn. Obviously, there are choices like I could write all this information down or put little scraps, little extra markers or something like that. Not going to do it. Not going to do it. The game's not designed to do that. This is a really horrible portion of the rules. It just doesn't work. All right, officers in movement. Divisional officers are allowed to move every time their division is activated. They have a movement allowance modified by activity roll. Army level and corps commanders can move a total of 3 times during a game turn. Twice during a game turn costs them 1 ACP or CCP. And once in each game turn, they can move for free with any of their activated divisions. In any of these cases, you probably want to do it with some of the units that are under their command. How do you mark this? Yeah, again, good luck. Just try to remember. This is where I feel the rules are falling apart. There's not anything to support some of the information that is going to be needed to be remembered and tracked. Operational movement. Okay. I think we've kind of talked about it to a large extent. This is going to be a march that's done outside of the normal impulse phase. You can't have your DAC burned. This is the only way you can get the 1/3 movement rate by using the pike and primary roads. Except for, I think, leaders are able to do it. I don't know. Both players will roll a die. Each ACP spent on impulse control can give you a +2 die roll modification on it, just like if it's a normal impulse. The player currently holding the game turn initiative wins ties, just like in a normal impulse. And then you can activate a division or a road column that has a DAC in the march orders box, conduct ops movement, or force your opponent to activate one of their divisions by selecting march orders or DAC. But you can't burn anything. The division does the following steps. It makes an activity roll, modified. It has additional modifiers. We'll look them up as we hit them. If it's a road column, each division has to be activated in the same impulse, if you want to activate it that way, but you roll activity for each one on its own. If a corps commander leading a road column elects to spend a CCP on the activation rolls, he can add 1 to the die roll modifier for each unit in that road column. And then you conduct the ops movement. You can't enter a ZOI, even if you're not on road movement, and the division must finish its entire movement before the next division can be activated. Each road column or division, yeah. You do this until neither side has any DACs remaining in their march order. All march order units must move once before any with a second DAC can get their second activation. There's nothing really to indicate how you note this. It's possible there will be some units with 2. I don't know what to do about that. Rotate them or something, that would work. It probably isn't that big a deal. Artillery can be attached to any division that could command them in tactical movement. The artillery unit moves along with it. Reinforcements. All off-board units scheduled to possibly arrive in a given game turn are reinforcements. Yeah. So, regular reinforcements are going to arrive more or less when they could, but they still have to make an activation roll. Variable reinforcements have to make a arrival roll before they make their activation roll. And that's going to be 2 dice adding command rating of the division's officer or corps commander, and any CCP spent by onboard corps commander, they have to be in range. You need a 9 or more. Oh, no. Wait, what do we do? Variable reinforcements are historical what-ifs that might have been able to show up significantly earlier. If a variable makes it to its scheduled arrival, yeah. Okay, yeah, it has to make an entry roll first, and then it makes its arrival roll. So you need a 9 or more to arrive, even with scheduled reinforcements. And if variable reinforcements might show up early, and this is really just the tactical game, if they might show up early, you have to roll for them to show up early, but once they hit their scheduled arrival time, then all you have to do is make the arrival roll. Okay. If it does arrive, its DAC gets placed in the march orders box. It only gets 1 on the turn of arrival. Might come as a road column. They enter the board in road order. All units unstacked in a continuous column. La, la, la. All right. Now, here it's a C 9.69 below, which is above. You do not go inactive on the turn in which you arrive. You'll always get half movement, just as a... okay. To prevent deliberate plugging of an entry area, combat units start the turn on board may move no closer than 4 hexes from an enemy board edge entry hex unless this path is already blocked. I do not know how this is going to work within the framework of the operational game. I don't think it can, because you don't know where the entry hexes are. So we'll ignore it. All right. Let's get to combat, I guess. It's big. And then line of sight. I mean, in a way, artillery is kind of like combat. Basically, the rest of the rule book, until we hit the morale section here, so the next 10, 11 pages are the combat system. Let's start. All right. You're going to use die roll modifiers pretty much to simulate the overall, all the impacts in the combat. Unactivated units or stacks that are adjacent to activated units currently engaged in combat and also in the zone of control of the units being attacked can lend a modifier to the attack in form of contributing fire. Okay. So I've activated a division. It's attacking you. I have units from other divisions also adjacent to some of your units. They are going to help provide some modifiers here. Okay. If you're in such an unengaged friendly unit, that unit or stack gives a +1 modifier to the basic combat DRM. If it contains artillery, each artillery unit individually contributes a +1. So you get a +1 for contributing small arms capability, or Cav for that matter, which presumably have some small arms, and a +1 per artillery for the grape shot or whatever that's being fired. If an enemy unit must attack units of an active division because the division is under defend orders, and the enemy unit making the attack is also in the zone of control of an unactivated but otherwise unengaged friendly unit, they get a -1 modifier to the basic combat DRM for the contributing defense. And should such a stack contain artillery, each such artillery unit contributes a -1. I don't see an impact for anything other than the defensive orders special attack here. We'll see if there's more. There's this, which is something else. Due to stacking rules, the maximum possible contributing fire modifier is plus or minus 3 per stack, 2 artillery, 1 non-artillery unit. Contributing units may not pursue if the combat is successful. They suffer one less cohesion hit than any active units involved in the combat, and they do not have to retreat or take any morale checks as a result of the combat. They may voluntarily withdraw, but then they have to take a morale check. Infantry, artillery, and cav units adjacent to engaged units, but not themselves adjacent to the enemy. That's this situation. I've got a unit in the front and a unit behind it. Can contribute modifiers to combat and morale checks. These units are deemed direct support units. To qualify for direct support, they must be non-disrupted, which means not shaken or broken. There's no disruption in this game, other than the term being used as that here, and of the same parent division as the engaged unit being supported. That divisional support doesn't count in the other thing. In fact, those units would actually be directly involved in the combats. All engaged units with at least one unit of stack and support get a plus or minus 1 modifier to their basic combat DRM, whether attacker or defender. And each support unit or stack may only support 1 combat per impulse, and no combat can be modified by more than 1 for each such support, no matter how many stacks are eligible. Having a unit or stack in direct support gives you a bonus in your morale checks taken, whichever side you are on. Units in direct support can follow up a unit that advances, or they can do the pass-through. Uncommitted artillery may contribute fire support in ground combat, whether or not they are adjacent to the unit, as long as they're within line of sight and normal, not extended range, of at least one of the enemy units. Range. Well, there's line of sight. Oh, what the range of artillery is. Boop, 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 boop. There's line of sight. You'd think it would be over here. Range effects. Yeah, normal is the 2 to 4 hex. You'd also canister. You get, okay. Good enough. The big deal here, why there's a chart for everyone, the CSA artillery only fires out to range 10, whereas the Union artillery fires out to range 11. Now, your line of sight, no, your zone of influence isn't that big. Your line of sight might be. Okay. Line of sight is affected by weather and whatnot, but that's something different. Right. Single friendly units or stacks do not block line of sight for support fire, but only one such friendly occupied hex may be fired through. Feels a lot like Banish All Their Fears in terms of what you can fire over and whatnot. And I think for the same reasons. And I wouldn't be surprised if this or a system like it impacted Banish. Otherwise, it's kind of interesting that they came to the same solutions, although I can see why. Each supporting artillery gives a plus or minus 1 to the basic DRM, and up to 3 artillery units may contribute support fire to any given combat. All such support fire are flipped to their committed side. If they're already committed, they may not be used for support fire, but they can be used for direct support. Direct support doesn't count against you. You're firing canister, not as big a deal. I don't know why. I think it's got to do with the ammo depletion, the long-range ammo depletion. Artillery units lending support of either kind do not suffer cohesion hits in the resulting combat unless they roll doubles on the combat roll, in which case that'll trigger an ammo depletion, which bombardment does as well. And I got to swap this battery out too. Enfilade surrounding. If the depending player's units are completely surrounded by enemy units or their zones of control, the attacking player gets a +2 enfilade bonus. If the attacking player's units are completely surrounded by the enemy units or their ZOCs, the attacking player gets a -2 DRM surrounded penalty. These are just mirrors of the thing. The presence of a friendly unit in a hex does not negate the enemy zone of control for this. Officer commanding. If an officer is stacked with the units involved in the ground combat, his command rating is used as a combat DRM. Plus for attacker, minus for defender. If there's more than one such stacked officer, I thought you rolled. I thought both sides rolled. I'm beginning to think that may not be the case. Not going to be able to tell here. Combat odds table, blah, blah, blah. Combat CRT, 2 dice. Yeah, I think both sides roll. And they generate cohesion hits. So I don't know if I agree with this -1. Well, let's keep looking. Because this may not work. Like, I was of the impression that both sides roll a couple of dice and do hits to each other, and then you compare what the hits are going to do. And this is not really looking like that. The attacking player gets a -2 DRM for being, surrounded. That feels like the attacker is getting all the modifiers everywhere. Plus for the attacker, minus for the defender. If there's more than one such stacked officer, the owning player chooses. This may be an artifact of like the rules got fucked up. They were a single table and then got changed to this opposed die rolls. In which case, I think I'll do pluses for both sides and increase the losses. If there are eligible losses on both sides, use the difference between their ratings. Yeah, that fits the plus-minus. After taking the combat rolls, make a risk to the general check for all stacked officers, whether or not they're there. You don't want to have more than one officer per hex where there's combat. You're just going to lose people. Cavalry units which move into an enemy zone of control are considered to have made a mounted charge. If the enemy includes any undisrupted infantry or artillery, there's a -3 to the basic combat DRM. If the enemy consists solely of disrupted units of any type, the charging cav gains +3 modifier to the basic combat DRM. And disrupted was defined, I guess, in that previous paragraph. You know what? There's a glossary. I bet you it's there. Gosh, it's not alphabetical. What the fuck? Oh, I don't think I see it either. How about that? Let's just make the term, let's define the term somewhere in the combat rules and not make a big deal out of it and then just use it from then on. Cool. Okay. Enemy units that advance into friendly cavalry zone of control don't cause either modifier, but the cavalry units in this case will either be defending dismounted or they'll ride away and do a withdrawal before combat, using the normal withdrawal before combat. Charging cav units that receive one or more cohesion hits as a result of the combat are shaken. They must perform a fallback action, but do not count as shaken on the morale check following the fallback. Just to be complicated. Single infantry or cav unit may always stack with a supply wagon and counts for all purposes as being under defend orders when so attacked without having to have them. Undefended wagons have no defensive strength on their own, however, and they're eliminated if adjacent to or otherwise unengaged enemy infantry cav at the end of the impulse. The wagon's then placed in the available for reorganization box. The what? The what? Oh, that's these. Interesting. Only on the Union thing. Well, for both sides. Sure. Examination of enemy stacks. You can examine them up to 3 hexes away of any friendly leader or unit or stack. When determining this range, don't count the... unless under attack orders themselves, troops forced to attack because of being adjacent to activating units under defend orders may withdraw before combat instead. Cav units and the Burden's sharpshooter units of the 3rd Corps, which are not assigned to a division and are kind of weird. don't seem to have any special rules that I've seen, always have the option of withdrawing before combat if faced by only non-cavalry units. If a withdrawal before combat does take place, the enemy infantry units may advance up to 2 hexes into the now vacant hexes. If this brings them back into contact, combat does not take place, but with the withdrawing unit's morale check is made with any negative DRMs due to COC-ZOI. This follow-up takes place before the withdrawing unit takes their morale check. If an officer is stacked with any unit withdrawing before combat, it must make a risk to the general check. All right, let's see how the combat works, because I'm a little confused. I had the feeling that the DRMs went to 2 different dice, 2 different sets of dice. Is the chart different? Like, you know, we're looking here, basic odds table gives you 1. Ground combat uses 2 dice. Like, you roll low on the ground combat table, there's no effect, which makes it look like it's happening to both people. But this could be in both directions. Each player rolls 2 dice. Attacker gets final combat DRM. Defender gets inverse of final combat. Ah! Okay. So, let's say we're doing a fight and yeah, so we calculate out the final combat DRM and then we invert it for the defender. Okay. That actually does make sense. I'm not thrilled by it, but it makes sense. Things are going to have double the effect that you would think they would. So, for example, attacking units, attacking defending units. I thought it would increase the casualties for both sides. The attacker gets a +2 to his die rolls, to DRM for his attacking. The defender gets a +1 to his DRM. The 2 get combined, and what happens? I'm not sure. Okay, let's keep looking. Engaged in combat, we talked about that. Calculate basic combat DRM. The attacker determines the order of attacks and completely resolves one before going to the next, including withdrawals and whatnot, I guess. All enemy units exerting in a COC currently active division must be attacked by all active units in ground combat. Remember, you get a chance to withdraw beforehand. If the active division is under defend orders, all enemy units in the ZOC of a unit of the active division must either attack all those units or withdraw. I don't see a withdraw here, but you get the chance to withdraw during your movement if you're active. So it's different from this. A unit can only be attacked once in a given impulse. No unit can attack more than once per impulse. All units attacking the same enemy unit or stack, whether or not they are adjacent to each other, must have their strengths combined into a total. Enemy units stacked together in a hex must be attacked as a group. Okay, so you have to attack all units exerting a ZOC on the active units, though. So that's big, except for the defend order. Each player adds together combat factors of all his units. If fractions are involved, round per the stupid rounding rolls. Instead of standard, they're stupid. Engaging, but you have to use them, right? The game is designed for them. And balancing the strength points and everything means something. Okay. Engaged artillery units are flipped to their committed side and always give 2 times their printed strength, representing canister fire. Engaged being directly attacking or directly attacked. Shaken units defend at full strength but attack at half strength. Broken units defend at half and may not attack. Compare the attacker and defender's strength and express as a ratio. Do not use the standard rounding rules, but round to the next whole number in favor of the defender. Unless the combat ratio would attain a 1 to 1.5 or 1.5 to 1 odds, rounding to the half integer instead of the next number. Yeah, this is an obnoxious way to say it, but I get what they're saying. Then you're going to use a basic combat odds table, which gives a DRM. Table goes indefinitely. It does not stop at the 4 to 1 level. So like 8 to 1 will be an 8-point variance. Then add or subtract the following modifiers. The defender's terrain modifier. If attacked from multiple hexes through hex sides with different terrain, the defender gets the most favorable. The defender gains the minor major slope terrain only if being attacked from below. Contributing fire, +1 modifier if the enemy unit being attacked is also in the ZOC of unactivated, otherwise engaged. If the active division is being attacked because it's under defend, then they also get unengaged friendly unit bonus from contributing fire. Both sides get the direct fire support modifiers, and again, that's +1, -1 across the board. The enfilade and surrounded modifiers, you could actually probably get both of those in a single combat if things are really a mess. The commanding leaders modifiers are added and subtracted in cav charge, depending on whether or not there's formed infantry, basically. And then each player rolls 2 dice. The attacker adds the final combat DRM, the defender adds the inverse. Not really the inverse, the negative. So the inverse of 5 would be 1/5, I think, isn't it? I don't know. I think so. But anyway, that's not what they mean. And they give it an example. Okay, if the active division is under attack orders, the attacker adds 3, the defender adds 1. What the hell? Okay, it does. It is actual pluses to the actual dice rather than modifying a broad DRM. So an attacker under attack orders creates a bloodier situation. If the active division is under defend orders, the defender adds +2. I think that's in addition to this, because it doesn't say otherwise. If the division is disrupted, shaken divisions, and that's going to be noted not by the unit. Remember, the unit gets multipliers perhaps on their combat value, or they don't get to attack. This has to do with if you're disrupted here, shaken or broken on this chart at the divisional level. Shaken divisions add -1, broken divisions add -2. They're going to do less damage to the opponent, regardless of what the standard. So there's a combined DRM that handles everything up until the attack order, defend order, and then this disruption. And you get a result, which is going to be from 0 to 4 cohesion hits per unit that was directly involved in the combat. I think direct support, they get like 1 less damage or something like that, or half damage, I don't remember which. To each of the units that's directly involved, okay? So unlike most systems where it's like, okay, if you have 4 units attacking and you take 3 hits, you pick 3 units that each take a hit, and you might be able to take it all on 1 unit, but usually you spread it out. You're forced to spread it out. Here, this is the number of cohesion hits that each unit involved in the combat takes. I like that solution. I like it a lot better. But again, the game has to be designed for that to work. Designed that way for it to work. So there's cool thoughts in this game. Things that I think Barber really kind of nails down with, like, the standard stuff that the war games have been doing isn't quite right. But you got to get the numbers to balance out right. And you have to design the game so that it works correctly. If either player rolls doubles, that player has to make an ammo depletion check for each involved artillery, including any used in support, to see if they receive additional cohesion hit. Well, to see if they receive any cohesion hits for ammo depletion. All right. Then you compare the cohesion hits that each player took off of the die rolls. Now, again, these aren't, each player rolled their own dice, and each player has their own modifiers, which are going to be slightly different because of those later ones. If there's a tie in the cohesion hits, you roll a die, and on a 1 or 2, neither side takes a morale check, and both remain engaged. unless there's a fallback. But on a 3 or higher on a natural die roll, both sides take a morale check. The defender first, then the attacker, unless the defender has defend orders, in which case it's reversed. And either side may retreat up to 3 hexes. Now, before taking the morale check. If there's a difference in the cohesion hits, you roll on a different chart. The loser may retreat up to 3 hexes, then must take a morale check. The loser must retreat, then take a morale check on a 3 or more. No, I think this is the number of cohesion hits, actually, that there is. If there's a tie in cohesion hits, you use this number. If there's a difference, you use this number. Let's see. Combat results are determined by the difference between the number of cohesion hits. If there's a tie, I would assume 0 is also this. And if there's a difference, is this the difference? I think so. Not clear. Every unit on a side receiving damage gets the number of cohesion hits hit. Example, let's see what they say. The combat results calls for the attacker to take 2 and the defender to take 3. Each of the 4 attacking units receives 2, and the lone defending unit receives 3. And it does not give an example that goes far enough to get to the thing that actually has a question. How often is that the case? Like, everything's clear as fucking day. They give an example that covers all the clear as day stuff, and then there's like one damn thing that doesn't make any sense, that could be read multiple ways. For example, what is this 1 or 2? It doesn't say roll a die, so I don't think you roll a die. I think it's the number of cohesion hits received. But here, it's the number of cohesion hits taken. Here, the question would be, is this the total number taken, or is it the difference? And I can read it either way. I think I'm likely to go with difference, because if you cause a lot of casualties to the enemy, you're probably less likely to take as severe a morale hit. But I don't know. Okay, let's go. As units take cohesion hits, they get the cohesion hit markers with the current result facing towards. Now, these are a little better than those than having 4 numbers on each counter. They only have 2 numbers on each counter because they only have to have 4 numbers total instead of 8 or 16 or whatever that some of the games have. That's going to make it a little easier for me to cope with. I do not like those the kind of counters that have it in 4. I think I can probably handle these. We'll see. I may end up screwing up. Anyway, they get cohesion hit markers until they've taken 4 cohesion hits. When they take the 5th one, they're going to flip the counter over. And then the cohesion hit marker is removed. When they take the next 5th one, that removes the unit entirely. Units completely eliminated in ground combat are put in the available for reorganization. They can perhaps be rebuilt during nighttime reorg. Artillery units eliminated in ground combat, though, but not through ammunition depletion, are permanently eliminated. Whenever a force is required to retreat because of sustaining 3 or more cohesion hits, I think this is total hits, not difference, the way that's worded. Different section, but it means that these two are both the same. You lost and you took a lot of hits. And it doesn't matter if the enemy took almost as many hits as you did. Here it does matter. Both sides get fucked. Or chooses to voluntarily retreat to improve morale check. The procedure is the same. The unit conducting the retreat may never move into an enemy-occupied hex. Prohibited terrain, blah, blah, blah. If they go into a hex unoccupied by friendly units and not in an enemy zone of control, and then they've got an order of retreat. where they can go, where they can't go. They don't want to go into zones of control. A unit unable to retreat gains 3 additional cohesion hits and takes an immediate morale check. It cannot, however, be forced to retreat by this check. In addition to the above, if the stacking limits are exceeded in retreating through an occupied hex, all involved units gain an additional cohesion hit. Officers in a unit forced to retreat must remain with the retreating unit. They take a general risk check. If an officer is stacked with a unit that is either eliminated or forced to retreat by ground combat, there's a chance he's captured. You roll a die on a roll of 1 or less. How do you get less? The officer is taken prisoner. If the friendly unit was eliminated or the enemy follows up a retreat, there's a -1 cumulative, I guess. I don't know. If captured, I don't see how it's cumulative. If you're eliminated, there's no retreat to follow up, although you might advance, I guess. If captured, the opposing player then takes an immediate risk to the general check with a DRM for the cohesion hits. In the event that the officer evades capture, he's still subject to a risk to the general. So you can be captured, but then be found to be dead afterwards. That's one thing. I don't know what happens if you're captured. I assume it's the same as death. We'll see. Might give more victory points or more morale or something. An officer formerly stacked with a unit that has just been eliminated in combat and who successfully avoids both capture and being wounded, killed, jumps to the nearest friendly unit directly underneath his command. If there are no more units in that existence, he wanders away with no penalty to army morale. So there may be a difference in army morale between capturing a unit and not. I think we are going to stop at line of sight where we start talking about the military because I need a break. Okay, advance after combat. If a unit in ground combat has eliminated its opponent or forced it to retreat, the owning player can advance the winning unit into the vacated hex, or allowing a unit in support of the combat unit, the thing I showed here, hop, 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 to pass through the winning unit into the hex. Units advancing after combat may move up to 2 hexes, although they must stop in the first enemy hex. Now this is important. The pass-through, 1, 2. I don't go as far. So it may make more sense to go 1, 2 and charge with that lead unit, getting me more ground. All right. The first hex entered must be the one vacated by the enemy. The second hex is up to the owning player's discretion. Captured your leader, or got a bonus on it. If under attack orders, the vacated hex must be occupied by the attacker or any unit in support of it. Any further advance after combat is optional. If under defend, no advance after combat is allowed. Artillery units may never advance after combat unless the vacated hex is not in an enemy zone of control, which might be pretty likely, actually. If the winner had involved units in multiple hexes, one unit or stack may advance into the hex that was vacated. The others, providing that they are not already in other enemy zone of controls, may advance into other open hexes adjacent to the vacated hex, even if this brings them into other enemy zones of control. This same allowance applies to the second hex of advance after combat if taken. That's involved units, I'm assuming directly involved, not contributing and whatnot. If the winner had a unit in direct support, the supporting unit may follow the engaged unit in its advance or can pass through. Stacked units may unstack in the process of advancing in order to occupy more ground. Following up a retreating rather than eliminated unit, the follow takes place before the retreated unit takes its morale check because you might throw it back in a zone. If an advancing unit is stacked with an officer, the officer can advance with the unit. If the unit in direct support advances into a vacated enemy hex rather than the unit directly involved in combat, they can pick up the officer on the way. Risk to the general. If you're stacked with a unit involved in ground combat, with a unit that receives a morale check as a result of bombardment, or which conducts a withdrawal before combat or a fallback, a risk to the general must be made to see if he's killed or wounded. Now remember, we get a modifier It looks like there's the capture. That's why. Yeah. So this is weird. If the retreating unit gains any additional, the leader must immediately take an immediate risk to general. I don't know if you take 2 in that case. That's what it kind of sounds like. Sounds kind of fuzzy to me, but anyway. Must be made to see if you're killed or wounded. This check is done before any required retreats or morale checks due to combat, but after any voluntary withdrawal or fallback. Roll 2 dice, subtract -1 from the results equal to the number of cohesion hits received by the unit. And it's not that likely unless you start taking a big chunk of hits. If you're wounded, you roll on the wound table. That looks like a single die for wounding. If the risk to the general causes the general being killed or badly wounded, the officer is removed from the board, replaced by an officer on the flip side of the counter. Army morale is lowered by a variable number based on the deceased general's command rating, and a multiplier of that. If a corps commander or subordinate divisions have their division morale reduced by the leader's command rating, if a divisional officer, his divisional morale is lowered by 2 times his command rating, 3 for Confederates. Any direct action or attack orders remaining unplayed for that division are thrown into the player's cup. The division still takes activity rolls, but with a 0 DRM. CCPs can be spent on the roll. I don't know what happens to, like, if there's not a commander inactive, kind of doesn't make sense. Let's see. Immediately after moving the lost officer, the unit that was stacked with takes a morale check with a minus DRM equal to his command rating, in addition to any negative DRM from the wound result table. Then all friendly units adjacent also take morale checks, again with a DRM equal to his rating, minus. At the start of the administrative phase of the next game turn, the officer is replaced on the board, flipping his counter to show his replacement. If a divisional officer, he's placed with any unit of his division. If a corps officer, he may be placed any hex within corps command range of the division he used to command. Okay. So that's the thing. If a corps officer is killed, a divisional officer replaces him. And then the divisional officer gets replaced. Replacing a corps or army leader will cause a chain reaction of sorts, as a divisional officer who moves up to replace a lost corps commander will himself need to be replaced. Any division who loses its original commander in this manner loses 1 times the divisional morale factor of his divisional morale. Normally loses the command rating. They give an example here. Falling back. Portray the forward and back wave nature of Civil War combat. All troops involved in combat may, at the end of their action impulse, voluntarily conduct a normal retreat action with any units still engaged with the enemy. This process is falling back. Units who do this do the same procedure as retreats. Units in support of such engaged units may themselves move first if desired, with no morale checks required. So if you don't like the situation you're in and you're pressing too hard, or you're being pressed too hard, you have an opportunity to give up ground. But remember, a lot of the game is about taking defensive terrain. So you probably don't want to fall back from Cemetery Hill or whatever. You know? You make your choice to sit on good terrain, you want to hold it. All right. That's it for a while. I think I'm going to eat something. I don't know. I'm trying not to eat as much, but it's so fucking hard. Okay, so here we are, Tuesday morning. What is it? About 1:15 or so. It means I got 40 minutes until my clan fight happens. Still low on sleep, but let's get moving. All right. Line of sight. Most games have no problem really with line of sight rolls, as long as they're in 2 dimensions like this, for the most part. A game with a map very much like this, I feel completely, either it completely messed up the line of sight and didn't make any sense. Another game using a Barber map. In this case, it was Stonewall's Sword. And it's easy enough to fix, or else I just didn't understand. I mean, Like, but the way it was worded just didn't work in my understanding, at least. All right, let's take a look at this. You can always fire into an adjacent hex, even if there's blocking terrain. Okay, great. But for artillery units to bombard or support into a non-adjacent hex, they have to have a line of sight to the non-adjacent hex. Now, the interesting thing here is you can shoot over your own forces kind of no matter what, which is different from a lot of games of this era, and is perfectly reasonable. You should be able to arc fire as long as you can kind of see it. But if there's a hill in the way, it gets trickier. You still might make an argument that you should be able to arc over something. Line of sight is measured from the center point to center point. Great. Regardless of the location of a contour line, the entire hex is the same altitude as its center point. You can make arguments about that. I think, I'm not absolutely certain, where something looks like it's jutting out and it'll be troublesome. For the most part, the graphics look like they're trying to fit the hexes pretty well. So, and obviously none of this applies over to the operational. You don't use the same combat system there. You use one hex to one hex fighting. Yeah, it's just a different. It doesn't go into the same kind of detail. All right. Woods and towns, as well as combat and wagon units, are considered blocking terrain, with an exception for support fire. I think that's the exception where you're allowed to shoot over your own units, one of your own units. LOS always exists regardless of terrain between adjacent hexes, fine. If both hexes are at the same level, LOS is blocked if any intervening hex contains a higher ground, blocking terrain, or a unit belonging to either player, with the exception of artillery for support fire. LOS from the artillery to an eligible enemy unit is not blocked by friendly units as long as such units are adjacent to either the firing or the target unit. I thought you're only allowed to go through one unit no matter what. Guess we could do that as a restrictive either and do it that way, but it's not kind of how it feels. LOS trace down a hex spine is blocked only if there's blocking terrain on both sides. All right, that's the easy stuff, right? LOS and elevation change. If the firing target hexes are on different levels, LOS may be blocked depending on the type of contour or slope crossed and where it lies between the firing and target hexes. Contour hexes which are not minor or major slopes represent a smooth gradual slope which won't block LOS. So here's the thing. Maybe. So I could be at a higher point, and I'm not sure. The elevations, I'm sure, are colored, right? I could be at a fairly high point and be looking over a minor a hillock, right? And the unit behind the hillock, which is lower than my position, or than the target, it depends on, whichever way you want to do it. But it's lower than my position. So for example, I could be here and firing over this hill, and depending on where things are and distance and whatnot, this can be problematic. And this is what earlier games tried to deal with, and it's just not being dealt with here, as far as I can see. Let's keep looking. Depending on the type of contour slope crossed and where it lies between the fire. Oh, no, it is going to be covered. Contour hexades, which are not minor or major slopes, they won't block line of sight, regardless of the number of levels of difference. LOS, which crosses only non-slope contour hexades, is not blocked as long as the LOS is one long slope. Okay, so that's different because it does cover, if there's a dip a hill and then it goes back down. That hill here, even if it's smooth slopes, it's not one slope going down. Okay, so that's fair. If there are any intervening lower ground hexes, then the top edge of the highest ground nearest the lower unit is considered to be a slope hex side for LOS. LOL. I don't know. You know, it just feels like, why not go with the old charts that, you know, Great Battles of the American Civil War used to use, where you plot the different items. That worked just fine and was really easy to explain instead of all those words. Example, an artillery unit here wants to bombard some units, block, and then why? I don't know. Oh, God. For LOS purposes, hexes containing enemy units are considered to be one level higher than their base terrain. Hexes containing friendly units, woods, or towns are 2 levels higher than their base terrain. But remember, you're not being blocked by friendly units in certain supporting circumstances. Consider the hex edge closest to the lower unit as the slope hex side when determining LOS block. Now, I don't know if there was anything that talked about slopes actually blocking, right? Like they talk about what's not blocking, depending on the type of contour or slope. I feel like there's something missing here. When there's only one level difference, a slope hex side blocks LOS only if it's halfway between or closer to the lower unit. I'm assuming that's one level higher than the lower unit. And that works fine. If there's a difference of 2 or more levels, each level over 1 serves to move the slope hex side in question 1 hex closer to the uphill unit when determining LOS. That feels like it's the opposite of what you'd want. Like it almost sounds like a taller hill counts as if it's closer to the upper unit, which means it's less likely to block or something. I'm going to fudge it. I'm going to do the best I can and try to eyeball it. I think that is perfectly reasonable, to tell you the truth. It is very, very hilly terrain, though. So we might have some issues. Artillery. Artillery units lend either their strength or modifiers to units engaged in ground combat. If engaged, the artillery units flip to its committed side at the beginning of a combat phase, may not lend support or bombard, and they give twice their strength when calculating basic combat odds by firing grape shot. If contributing, they give a plus or minus 1 modifier per unit in the basic combat DRM. Well, what does contributing mean, right? Like, it would be helpful if it was in here. We gotta look it up again. What makes artillery contribute? If it's in the ZOC, but not actually able, not part of the active fire. And this, I believe, does not affect commitment and is not affected by commitment. If offering direct support, the artillery gives a plus or minus 1 to base combat DRM, see 10.12. Okay, we have to keep looking these up, and I'm going to have to do this until I get used to it, really. 10.12, direct fire support is if they're adjacent to engaged units but not themselves adjacent to the enemy. And this can go, I believe, up to the +3. No, the direct fire is the +3. This can only go +1, I guess. This is the problem with massive sets of modifiers as a system, is that it becomes a nightmare to assess them all. I've seen that in several games. If offering support fire, what's support fire? Is that direct support or is that something else? Artillery must be uncommitted. I don't think so. And give a plus-minus modifier per unit to the basic combat DRM. Okay, we've got direct support. We also have support fire. In addition to direct support, they can do support fire, whether or not they're adjacent, as long as they've got LOS and normal. And now I can't remember who has to worry about whether or not the LOS is blocked by a unit. Here it is. Single friendly unit stacks do not block LOS for support fire, but only one such friendly occupied hex, which is different from what's said over here. God. Yeah, this is painful. All right. Well, let's skip that all over, and we'll try to figure it out when we actually get to fire on the tactical map, assuming any units make it on the tactical map, which is a big if, I think. In the bombardment phase of the action impulse segment, eligible artillery units may bombard enemy units either before or after movement at the owning player's discretion. Players may choose on a unit-by-unit basis which artillery units fire before or after moving, although all units bombarding first do so before any units move, and all bombarding after do it after all movement is completed by the division. And they all have to be assigned to that division. Bombardment offers the lone exception to the rule that a unit may only be attacked once per action impulse, because the unit can be bombarded, have units of the active division enter the ZOC and conduct ground combat. I think it could actually be bombarded twice, once before movement, once after movement, and then ground combat, so up to 3. To be eligible for bombardment, units must be within the command range, I guess the firing units, of the activated division leader, otherwise it doesn't really make sense. His corps commander or the army artillery officer, uncommitted, non-engaged, and within both an LOS and a normal or extended range. Can't do it at range 1. All artillery units conducting bombardment are flipped to their committed side. Artillery units belonging to the same battery or brigade may combine their strength as long as no more than 2 hexes apart. If belonging to different battery brigades, they may only combine fire from 2 hexes apart if one of them is stacked with a corps or army artillery officer. Otherwise, units from different battery brigades must be adjacent to combine fire. I mean, it's so cumbersome. It's like, it gives me all this, like, most complicated thing, and then goes to the simple. As long as they're adjacent, they can combine fire. No more than 3 hexes containing artillery units may ever combine their strength to a single attack, with an exception for the mass bombardment special role. Additional units must make separate attacks even on the same target. These attacks are considered sequential rather than simultaneous, and if the first attack vacates the hex, the other artillery are free to choose a different target, and I guess maybe not fire at all or whatever. Basic odds for bombardment are established by comparing the firing unit's total strengths, as modified by the range effects table, to a basic clear terrain strength of 4, and there's a multiplier based on the range. Add +1 hex to normal extended range if the target is 2 or more levels lower than the bombarding unit. Okay, that's kind of cool. Compare the ratio to the basic combat odds table and locate the basic combat DRM. This is using your normal, hey, how many times me, you know, how many times the enemy am I, basically. And that's your modifier, with the 1.5s being the 1-point modifier, which actually works really nicely. I'm twice the enemy's side. I get a +2. To the basic combat DRM, add the following modifiers. Artillery officers, non-artillery officers give a bonus. The artillery giving half their command rating rounded up. The non-artillery give a +1, minus the defensive terrain value of the target hex. Remember, we're counting the target hex with a defensive value of 4. It doesn't matter how big the unit is, but we still take into account a modifier for the bombardment table itself, for what that's worth. You roll 2 dice on the bombardment CRT. It's reproduced here. And, hey, you want to roll high? You do a bunch of cohesion hits, perhaps, and morale check. Weather, including night vision and whatnot, affects the ranges and possibly provides some additional DRMs for penalty. Counter battery. I'm trying to shorten. We're almost there, man. We're almost there. We're at 35. Five more pages. And then we can load this up. And then we got that book. And that's the hard one. That's the one that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. That I kind of have to read my way through more than I do here. Like, I kind of get this. There's nothing here that I feel is really complicated. Yes, there's things like the line of sight that I'm like, I'm not sure I understand what they're saying, but I know what they mean to say. Unlike the Stonewall Sword, which I looked at and I'm like, I'm pretty sure what they're saying was wrong. Here I look at it and I'm like, I'm pretty sure I don't get it. I don't get what they're I don't get what they're expressing, like what the words actually mean. I know what they should mean, though, more or less. And sometimes that's the case. Terrible Swift Swords line of sight rolls are wrong. Like, they're just bad, right? Like, they get a big part of it, but then there's like this weird stuff where, just as an example, and I don't know if the rest of GBACW has this as well, but if you're behind a wooded hex, so if you've got a unit behind a wooded hex, the line of sight is blocked by the unit that's behind the wooded hex. And I think this actually works here too. It's really a problematic situation if you have a column of forces coming in. If you're behind a wooded hex, the wooded hex blocks your line of sight. Okay. You know, you're up higher, but the wooded hex is close to the lower unit, so it blocks the line of sight. But then the unit that is blocked by the wooded hex blocks the unit behind it. And the unit that's behind that blocks the unit behind it. So you could have a column stretching out forever and you can't see any of them because they're all hiding behind one damn tree. I mean, there's just something really, really wrong. There's like what's needed for that, and maybe this game needs it too, is a simple rule. If a line of sight to you is blocked, you cannot block line of sight. It should be that simple, right? That would resolve it, because you would see the tail end of that line and be able to fire on them. You would see some part of that column and be able to say, yeah, you know, I don't care what's between the woods and that unit. It doesn't make a difference, unless, of course, it's of significantly greater height, but that's not the case. Anyway, whatevers. Where are we here? Counter battery. Non-engaged, uncommitted artillery belonging to the player who's being bombarded may respond with counter battery fire against any unit participating in a bombardment. They get committed in the process, along with activated divisions under defend orders. This is the only other time a non-activated unit may attack enemy units. The activated defend units don't actually attack. It's the units they're next to that do. They're forced to. Counter battery fire artillery units must have an LOS and be within normal extended range. Committed artillery units may only conduct counter battery if they were the targets of the bombardment. And counter battery fire works the same as the direct fire. You get to roll here. You might hit some cohesion hits. And that can be taken as a lot of things, but it might be knocking out guns or blowing up caissons. If any dice involving artillery, bombardment, counter battery, ground combat supported by artillery, result in a natural doubles, before modification, the rolling player has to make an ammo depletion check for each of his involved artillery units. You roll 2 dice for each unit. Officers lend a DRM to the roll in the form of their command rating, and if you get a 9 or less, they get an ammo depletion. A unit which fails an ammo depletion check gains a cohesion hit. You never run out of ammo, right, until you destroy the entire gun. Like, you burn the gun, like you're firing the gun instead, like you're firing parts of gun and gunners and stuff instead of ammo at some point. I don't know. There's something really weird about how this works. We'll see how annoying it gets. I get the feeling that, like, you're not going to fire a gun when it's down to, like, 4 cohesion hits on its reverse side or something, but I don't know. It could be random counter battery fire, snipers, all kind of crap like that. You can do all kind of hand wavy explanations for it. It just doesn't feel right. Oh. All right. Uncommitted artillery units with at least 1 cohesion hit are allowed to resupply. During any friendly impulse, the unit may move up to half its normal movement allowance, must move out of any enemy ZOC, ZOI, and is flipped to its committed side and gets a resupply marker from over there. The unit may not conduct bombardment, counter battery, or support any combat. If attacked by ground combat, the unit will defend itself normally, but it loses its resupply marker, and it's potentially firing. If disrupted by enemy bombardment, the unit also loses the resupply marker. If the unit still retains its resupply marker at the end of the turn, it loses a cohesion hit, assuming it meets the supply wagon rules, which may require it to make, I believe, a morale check to succeed. Yeah, a morale check allows them to find ammo, even if there's no wagons nearby. And that's going to indicate smaller wagon movements going around and whatnot, whatever. Delivery of ammo by other means. We haven't looked at morale checks, have we? Have we? We haven't seen them. We got an army and divisional morale. Oh, they're down here in the combat. Okay, we'll be getting to them soon. I was just kind of like, wow, we're making lots of morale checks and we haven't seen it yet. I'm sure it's in the charts too. Okay. Artillery and officers, Confederate, okay. We've kind of gotten through this same thing before as to who can command what, and they're just repeating it maybe more clearly here, maybe not, I don't know. But as long as you're stacked, they can give modifiers for bombardment, counter battery rolls, and ammo depletion checks. Doesn't look like morale checks. Maybe it'll say differently. Yeah. They also affect morale checks. If two commanders of various types are adjacent to are affecting the artillery, they take the best, I guess. Union Artillery Reserve. Okay. The Union has a big pile of artillery. Now, this is what's fucked up here. Their artillery is here, these 3 units. Once it's on the tactical map, you can pretty much distribute all these units wherever you like. But it feels like on the operational map, I should also be able to divide up my artillery reserve and send part of it one place, part of it another. And I'm not sure the operational map actually supports that. I think that I cover the hexes that I'm in the way that I've got them. Maybe I'm mistaken, and we'll see when we hit this, and maybe I have to correct things. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of guns, and that artillery train ought to be able to be divided up even on the operational map. That's the entire army train. It should be able to support all wings of the army or whatever is there. Okay, cavalry. For the most part, cavalry is treated as very fast infantry. We're not going to worry about mounting and dismounting. In hour-long turns, they have room to do it. They have a zone of influence of 3 hexes instead of 2. Cavalry and horse artillery may not stack with another unit of the same type, regardless of the terrain type. Okay. Whatever. Command ranges. To reflect that Cav have a wider range, their leaders have a higher command radius. I believe the same as corps commanders. This is generally going to be divisional. 2 hex range for infantry. Units of cavalry brigade are considered in command to each other if they have command range equal to their front side morale rating, which can be quite large. Cavalry are not allowed to dig. That would be beneath them. Cavalry which move into an enemy zone of control are considered to be making a charge attack. They get a flag from an unused DAC on them, and that will give them, remember, a 3-point modifier one way or the other. If cavalry units receive 1 or more cohesion hits as a result of combat, they are shaken. They must perform a fallback. We've talked about this already in the combat, but they don't count as shaken for the required morale check for falling back. Cavalry units attacked solely by infantry or artillery in ground combat, not bombardment, may withdraw up to half their normal movement allowance, after which they take a morale check for disruption, and the attacking infantry are allowed to follow up as normal. But the attacking infantry can only advance 2 hexes maximum, whereas the Cav get to withdraw half their movement allowance, which, don't know what it is. It's a lot. On the tactical map, it's 12 movement points. Okay. Right then. Independent Cavalry Brigade. Oh, yeah. At the start of the game, some sides cavalry are deployed as independent brigades. They have their own leaders and tracks on the morale status sheets. Their function is just like an independent division. If they ever get back within command range of their parent division leader, which is not necessarily spelled out anywhere. I don't know. Yeah. Because Stuart is the corps commander, and wait. No. Independent brigades, complete with their own leaders and tracks on the morale status sheet. I don't know what those would count as. Is that like Jenkins, Jones, and Robertson? I get the feeling that it might be Jenkins and Jones. Jenkins is the Roman numeral 2. Imboden maybe as well for the Confederates. And for the Union, let's see, what do we have? Again, we have, so for the Union, see, this is what's fucked up. For the Union, we have Beaufort. Huey and Merritt, I think, would be divisional separations. But again, that's just from having read the deployment instructions and making best guesses. It's not really called out anywhere that I've seen. So there is that, which is problematic. It's not absolutely clear. Like, they have different numbering conventions here. We can look at either one. So Stuart is the 1 Cav, right? Okay. And that's an Arabic numeral 1. Robertson is the R Cav. That feels like reserve, but it's a tiny unit and I think might be a brigade. An R for Robertson instead. Jones is a J. Again, probably is not. Jenkins is a Roman numeral 2 and Imboden is a Roman numeral 1. Hampton is the 2/C, which I think may be a division. And I don't know anything. Like, I don't know who aligns with what, because the Hampton being left behind is sort of like, I don't know if his units are left behind or if he's just in charge, and you saw that in the setup. It didn't make sense. It still doesn't when I think about it. And then there's similar stuff here, but I do know this. Buford has Merritt as a part of him. And you can see this with Merritt here, right? So if we look here, we've got with Jenkins here, we've got an asterisk here, which I don't know what it stands for, right? And then over on these, we've got nothing. We've got an asterisk next to Hampton, which maybe is this, maybe it's not. I don't know. But like Robertson, Jones, Jenkins, and Imboden don't seem to be aligned to anything. But maybe they're part of Hampton's 2C, but he doesn't have any asterisks there, so I don't know. But yeah, Buford has Merritt as a piece of him. Gregg has Huey as a piece of him. Kilpatrick doesn't have anyone. So I think those are separate brigades coming out. And it kind of makes sense if you look at the Confederate units to say, look, yeah, I don't know with the artillery, but something like Fitz Lee here doesn't have a commander, but he's a unit that's part of one of these other units. Now, which one is he part of? Yeah, that's not spelled out either, but it may be discernible from here, where you see at 5 p.m. Jeb Stuart comes in with Hampton, ABC, Fitz Lee, ABCD. Hampton D isn't there. I don't know when that comes in. Chamberlain and Beckham. Beckham's the artillery, isn't it? I don't know. But I should be able to use those charts to determine who's with what on the operational maps, maybe, kind of, sort of. That's what I've been kind of assuming. All right. Anyway, Burden's sharpshooters. These are treated the same as cavalry in a number of ways. They have a 3-hex ZOI, always withdraw from combat if attacked by enemy non-cav, and are in command to each other if within command range equal to their morale rating. At a cost of 1 CCP by Sickles, they may be detached from their division and function as an independent brigade. Well, they're actually not part of a division, so that's interesting. Like, there's no indication that they're part of a division, although it does say 1-3 here, so maybe they are part of, so Sickles' corps here. These are the units. They do not have a 1 on them, but they may be part of the 1-3, which is, he's got 2, which is Birney. So they may be part of Birney's command all the time, and that's kind of what this indicates to me, is that they're with Birney. I'm with Birney. You know, I always, there was, my mom used to watch Who Wants to Be a Millionaire or something like that. And there was, I don't know what she was, actress, hostess, whatever. The quiz show question asker was Meredith Baxter Birney. That was her name. And when I got TSS, it struck me because there were like 3 Union commanders, Meredith, Baxter, and Birney, and they tended to be near each other. And it's Birney spelled that way, B-I-R-N-E-Y. It just always hit me that, like, wow, how did you get the names of, how did you end up with the name of 3 last names of Union division generals at Gettysburg as your name? And was that intentional? All right, gonna swap batteries. Even worse, I guess, I had a professor, Peter Hare. And I mean, instead of naming you Meredith, they could have named you Doubleday, Would have been a lot worse. I mean, sometimes people do get names like that, but sometimes there's also like it's just a family name or something, or sometimes there's no connection at all, and it just those kind of things stick in my head, and I want to know, and I have no idea how to find out. One, I don't think you can Google it, but like if I were interviewing her for some reason, just imagine that would be my top question. Were you named after 3 Union generals at Gettysburg? There's a good reason I'm not interviewing people, isn't there? Okay, where are we? Right, morale checks. What we were looking for a while back. Okay, there's a number of different times you make a morale check, but they're all done in the same fashion. You look at the morale rating, which is the rightmost number on a given unit counter, the leftmost being their combat strength. I hope. Pretty damn sure. Pretty damn sure. Oh, let's not give a picture that divides it up and shows. Let's just not do that. Combat factor to the left, morale factor to the right. Yeah. Okay. And you get to pick the best morale rating in a stack. You roll 2 dice, and you add modifiers. One of the modifiers is the unit's morale rating. There's a whole bunch of others. There are things that would make sense. But things like being in the enemy zone of control or zone of influence is a penalty, as well as stuff that you're more used to. And things like support and stuff give you points as well. And you want to get a high roll. No, you want to get a low. No, you want to get a high roll, which gives you no effect. But it might also allow you to rally. If you recall, the rally rules require a morale check in some cases if you're not within artillery supply range, or resupply for an artillery piece, which is the only thing that really has to resupply. Like, I think the game just has ammo and cohesion hits as the same stuff, no matter what. Guns and manpower, it's guns and unit organization is pretty much the same thing. You can substitute one for the other. Oh no, we lost 80% of our men. Here's some more bullets. Army artillery officers affect morale check of infantry units only if they're stacked with them, reduced. Terrain gives you a bonus equal to the inverse of the column for combat or bombardment that is underway. And defending the hex regardless of who the actual attacker or defender is in combat. Okay, yeah. So if you're the attacker going from a certain hex, you still get a terrain bonus from the hex that you're attacking from. But a slope only works if you're on the higher end. The terrain effects take place whether or not you're adjacent to the enemy. If you're in good ground, you're more likely to be willing to stay there, and it's easier to get bullets to you because the levitating hydrofoils are better able to get to good ground or something. I don't know. I just feel like there's some stuff where it's like, yeah, you went into a lot about plastering over the flank exposure and stuff like that in other games, and now you're creating stuff that's just pure design for effect, just to try to make the game simpler. And I respect trying to make the game simpler, but it feels like maybe there's stuff that you maybe could have worked harder on, like the rolls. Nah, don't disrespect. Why not? I disrespect Berg all the time. Yeah. But this is his only game. In ground combat, if no enemies remain adjacent when the morale check is taken, you figure it as if the nearest enemy unit were adjacent and attacking from that direction, in case like there's hexside terrain or something like that. You only get to count it to the nearest enemy. But that's in ground combat. Otherwise, it's based on the type of combat triggering the morale check. Okay. If you fail a morale check, you become disrupted. This is not a cohesion hit. This is a more temporary loss of morale that can be easily reversed. There are two possible states of disruption, shaken and broken. When you become disrupted, you place or flip the appropriate marker on top of the unit. Note that disrupted units have a greatly increased vulnerability to the effects of subsequent morale checks. Well, I don't know how greatly. It's a -1 or -2 to the die roll. That doesn't feel that great. But they also have a ZOC, but no Z. So shaken units have a zone of control, but not a zone of influence. They defend at half strength and attack. They defend at full strength, defend at half. Broken units have neither kind of zone, and they defend at half strength, may not attack. In the adjust morale segment at the end game turn phase, a unit's disrupted state can be reduced or removed entirely. If disrupted units are not in an enemy zone, you remove shaken markers and flip broken to shaken. Disrupted units that are in an enemy zone have to take and pass a morale check to remove or flip the shaken broken markers. They may voluntarily withdraw out of the enemy zone to get a better morale check DOM, but they still have to make the roll, right? Even though they withdrew, they still have to make the roll. They just don't get penalized for being in the zone anymore. Shaken units can take their morale check in the enemy zone to hold ground, but must take the minus. Broken units must withdraw first. Now, here's what's not mentioned. If I'm trying to recover morale, and I think the answer is you are still affected by the chart. If I'm trying to recover morale or resupply ammo or rally or any of these other things that I'm trying to do that will give me a positive effect, I may get a negative effect from them still and be disrupted or broken by those impacts. And I may be downgraded another level. Now, I don't know what happens if you're broken and you break again. Well, we have unit shaken here, but we have asterisks. Already shaken gains a critical hit. Okay, so you get cohesion hits. Already broken gains a cohesion hit and must retreat. But if you're already shaken, the unit gets broken, gains cohesion hits. If you're already broken and you get the bad result, the 8 or less, you're eliminated. But remember, that doesn't necessarily get you out of the game. You still show up in the reform space. All right, last couple of pages. Army divisional morale chart. All right. There's a whole series of things that are going to affect the Army morale chart. So, for example, if a friendly infantry unit is eliminated in combat, that causes 3 morale boxes to be marked off, and that will be, it's the Army box, that'll be in this direction, left to right. And you just keep going, and they have points, which are going to be the victory point effects of taking that kind of morale pain. Just a whole bunch of these different things. Withdrawing from terrain gives you the inverse of the terrain modifier as a penalty. You get driven off a hill or something, and it's painful. And each unit that gets driven off pays that price. When a whole division becomes shaken or broken, the formation causes more and more Army loss. All right. As the Army gains demoralization points, players mark off the DPs on the Army morale track, mark them in pencil. I'm going to see if I can find a grease pencil. If I can't, I got to photocopy these suckers. I found the plastic. I don't seem to have a grease pencil up here. I know I have one around. A couple of situations can actually cause Army DPs to be erased. Consult the Army morale table and mark them off. So we have things like enemy supply wagon eliminated. That gives you a -3. Shaken broken division rallies to good order shaken. But for the most part, you just lose Army morale. The armies become less and less able to fight. And that is perfectly reasonable. There's a reason the battle only lasted 3 days. It's because the Confederates just didn't have enough gas to go another day. Okay. In the tactical game, the morale index is the troops and leaders on the tactical map itself and is set at the indicated level for the scenario being played. As each group of reinforcements enters, the morale index is raised by a number of boxes equal to the number of combat unit counters in the arriving force. So that's what the morale is in the Army morale. It's the number of counters. In this situation of escalating reinforcements, it's possible to win a major victory before the majority of the armies have arrived, determining that any further battle would be fought elsewhere. In the operational game, each army's morale index starts at its maximum possible level. That kind of sucks. I kind of like the idea of the points trickling in over the course of the battle, but there's no way to do that because the battle may not happen here. It may happen all in some hex over there or whatever. And it's kind of tough to make a judgment. And it would also be kind of unreasonable. Let's say I get overwhelming force initially on the Gettysburg map. Again, I haven't broken the army if I beat up on, if I have like, let's say a corps comes in and there's an enemy division in the way, or maybe a couple enemy brigades. I haven't broken the army, right? So it's not really a fair thing, but on the other hand, the battle might have been decided on day one or day two, without the full army having arrived into place. One force or the other might have been defeated decisively. I may try to play it by ear, especially if we're playing if we end up on the tactical map somehow. I may try to force it onto there. All right. So anyway, we will be using the entire tracks, but maybe with some modifications. The divisional morale track. Each division has its own track. There's officer casualty boxes here, which you mark off as you lose your first officer and then your replacement officer. And we've got letters to use. P is promoted to replace someone else. The second replacement officer, although there's spaces on here, they say there's no need to actually bookkeep for him, but it will affect the divisional demoralization. The divisional morale factor, that's the DMF over on this side. This is the number of DPs gained by the division when it's activated for an impulse under attack orders or when it's activated for more than one impulse in the same game turn. It's also the number of DPs that are removed when you end the turn under R&R orders. That's how much resting or acting costs you or gives you. The Army morale factor is over on this side. And where there's slash, like Doubleday here, he has standards units, which are not in the game, I believe. I'm going to use the lesser numbers because I'm not using those extra units. So what do we got here? Army morale factor. This is the number of Army DPs erased from the Army morale track at the end of a turn in which the division was under reserve orders. So you can recover by putting, your whole army under reserve, not relaxation or whatever, just reserve, which means that you're like standing there ready to do something about what the enemy's up to, which feels weird again. It just really does. It also, though, I think, is impacted or impacts. Where did we go here? Army morale factor, the division becomes shaken, you get twice the Army morale factor. So it doesn't spell everything out there. Each division's mark is marked right to left, and once you hit S, you hit the shaken marker. Once you hit B, you hit the broken marker. But they can recover from those by R&R. So R&R will potentially give you back Army morale, but only reserve, even if there's no enemy around, gets your morale back. Yeah, and that's fine. I don't care what you're doing if there's no enemy around. Like, you should be able to get morale back. Don't these look like weird donuts or turds or something? I don't know. There's this attempt to make each terrain fit into a hex, and it looks kind of fucked up in some cases. Bubbly. Just weird. I mean, this one looks like a turd. Okay. In addition, the tracks for each side's cav units have been set to reflect how this arm was employed. When the Confederate cav was nominally all of one division, Stuart took only his 3 favorite brigades with him to Pennsylvania. The remainder of the cav has essentially functioned as an independent brigades until the retreat. Okay, so here it explains it. Until the retreat to the Potomac. Jenkins had actually been reattached for July 3rd. Imboden's cavalry, in fact, was not even technically part of the Army of Northern Virginia, but had been ordered to cooperate. Leader counters and morale tracks have been provided to reflect all of this. A track for a hypothetical 2nd Cav division has been provided for a variant scenario in which Stuart does the right thing. Simply add all the DMFs, AMFs, and non-broken morale boxes of any brigades being so attached in order to generate the levels for the 2nd Cavalry Division. Okay. So I think for the Confederates, we do not allow them to reattach. Stuart has what Stuart has with him, but I can attach Jenkins maybe. Hampton's force, I guess, is Hampton's force. I don't know why there's an asterisk there. I don't know what's up with that. It may be huge. It looks huge. And it's supposed to be the division, but he has his own brigade, which maybe is just part of Stuart. And maybe it gets cut away down to here. And that does what to the Shakens? I've got 2 Shakens here. Wow, that's weird. Obviously, one of them, obviously this one would be if I've got, say, these extras. But that means Stuart is pretty easily shaken compared to most things. That's what he gets for not doing the right thing. For the most part, the Union Cav functioned as 3 solid divisions for the entire period. However, both the 1st and 2nd had a brigade detached for much of the time, guarding their deep flanks. Those are deployed in either fashion. Fine. I think I figured that out already. Would have been helpful to know it back in the setup thing, but hey, at least it's in the rules. I don't remember reading this, but once you get late in the rules, you start not noticing things as much. Consult the divisional morale table and mark off the number of boxes, again, when things happen. So, like, a member of a unit broken is going to be 1 off the divisional morale. But, let's see what gives it back. A divisional unit eliminates an enemy supply wagon. Here we go. Member unit flips back to full strength side. I didn't think you could do that. I thought that the cohesion hit, the first cohesion hit, so the first cohesion hit cannot be recovered. But I thought it was the first on either side. That apparently is not the case. Yeah, friendly artillery eliminated while stacked with or adjacent to a divisional unit. Okay. I mean, most of these do not really help. The R&R adds your division morale factor. But for the most part, again, these just decline. Other than R&R, you're going to have a hard time coming back. Okay, pre-planning. There's blank spaces for marking down ACPs spent as pre-planning. Simply note core number of PPPs and game turn on which they become active. If used or postponed, the box should be crossed out rather than erased, so there would be a record of the PPP's use at the end of the game. Yeah, I don't care. I am probably going to do enough that I have to erase it. So, nighttime rearc. While cohesion hits represent all sorts of factors such as fatigue, straggling, lack of bullets, and such, they also reflect actual manpower being permanently lost in game turns. So while units can indeed come back from major loss into fighting shape, they will do so at a smaller side. At the very end of the last nighttime game turn of each day, after all adjustments have been made for units with R&R orders, a special nighttime reorg is undertaken. Any brigade containing 2 reduced side or eliminated units must permanently eliminate one of them and use its remaining steps to build the other back to strength. Units which were eliminated in the previous day's fighting count as a reduced side unit with 8 cohesion hits, i.e. 2 steps remaining. Those are going to be the ones in the reorg box there. No infantry or cavalry may lose its first cohesion hit once it's received it. Artillery units may lose all cohesion hits through ammo resupply. And when they say lose, they mean come back to normal. So if you lose a cannon, you know, there are other artillery pieces lying around the field and whatnot that could be commandeered. So I'm not too upset about this, because especially if it's happening in the nighttime reorg. This process does not affect divisional or army morale, either for the unit being permanently eliminated or for the one from going from reduced to full strength. For each artillery unit available for reorg, i.e. was eliminated due to bombardment or ammo depletion, make an unmodified morale check. If it passes, the unit is placed with 4 cohesion hits in any hex other than the front line within 2 hexes of any other unit of the same artillery battalion or brigade. In lieu of such a unit, you can place it within 2 of an officer capable of commanding it. If it fails, it remains in the available pool until the next night, when it may come back. So artillery is going to be very hard to get rid of. It has a chance of coming back no matter what. Now, it's going to come back beaten up, but that's okay. You can always put more ammo in it and build more cannons that way. Victory is determined by a comparison of the opponent's army morale track at the end of the game. If the number of army DPs ever exceeds the current army morale index, the game ends in a major victory for the opponent. This is the battle being fought to that point being such that the army commander has no choice to break off, even though they haven't completely been destroyed. By mutual agreement, the players can continue, but the eventual victory is determined by victory points is shifted 2 levels in favor of the broken army's opponent. Well, gosh. You might still want to do that because you could get a major victory. So you get a major victory by breaking the enemy, but you could conceivably get a strategic victory, and you would get 2 levels in your favor. So I can see where both players might want a shot at it. One player says, look, I think I can still win this and turn it around. And even if I lose, you know, if I get it up to a minor victory, I can get it to kind of a draw that way. And the other player's like, well, I'm willing to go for a strategic victory. I've already got the equivalent of a major. But then the armies won't break anymore, I'm guessing. Should neither army exceed its morale index by the end of the game, the relative level of victory or defeat is determined by comparing each side's accumulated victory points. Each side gets victory points equal to the opposing side's army demoralization point level. Neither player will know the comparative level of victory points until the end of the game, increasing the game's tension. So, you know, I may not have that major victory that I think I have. It may be a closer run thing when I'm making that decision. So, who knows? You can give VPs equal to points for variant reinforcements. And in the scenario book, the operational game gives victory points to the Confederates for not entering, for not moving units, basically, and leaving them on the operational map for a long time. And it's a fair amount of points, but I don't know if it's, well, 12 a turn is a lot. I mean, what are we looking at here? We're looking at 250 that the Army of the Potomac is worth. We're looking at a day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, let's say 10 turns that I don't move. That's 120. That's half the Army of the Potomac if I just don't go on the map the first day, which historically they didn't. That feels wrong. That feels real wrong. So I don't know what we're going to do about that. And that's, yeah, I mean, this is just it seems obvious nobody played the operational game, right? Like, not under these rules. They may have tried things with the operational game, but it's almost certain to me, and this is why I say blind testing is so fucking important, is that you have to get people the finished product and let them try it without any knowledge of the game and whatever, so that they don't, like, ignore that rule or use some earlier version of it or whatever. I don't know what I'm going to do about this, right? Is it fair for me to just move the Confederates onto the map and grab the best ground and just squat on it? I don't know. You know? But it's obviously not fair to give them half the points they would get for destroying the Army of the Potomac just for sitting out here. Now, the argument, and they would be over on this map actually, the argument for that is that, and maybe it's not per division, maybe it's per corps or something. The argument for that is that they needed to gather supplies and resources. And part of the reason for this attack was not just to threaten Harrisburg, you know, but also to bring the war to doing damage to the north, but also to get resources that they absolutely needed, right? And to fight the war in territory that, you know, would support themselves, a la 30 Years' War type stuff. Anyway, let's keep looking. Compare the players' victory point totals as a proportion of winner to loser. If the losing army's morale is broken, shift 2 levels in favor of the winner, i.e. if they broke during the game, but continued, and that's about it. So that is the basic tactical rules for this game. Simple? I mean, I mostly understand them, right? When we get to this, I read this, I don't mostly understand it. There's a lot less. Order of appearance notes, nothing important there. Scenarios, look, they were hell. Like, I read the training scenario, and it was like, hey, I don't want to do that, because it forced me to, like, not move units on the map in any reasonable sort of way, just slap them down in setup, and it just looked like a horrible thing. When I tried to figure out the operational game, I couldn't figure out what's where. After having read this, I feel like I have a much better understanding of it. I still have a big question about where my artillery supply wagons are, but I think they're just not in the game. Just like they keep telling me that there's 2 counters in each of these, and there are 3 in each one. Same thing, right? But then when I read the operational rules, I have some trouble with understanding how you actually move on the map. I mean, not that much. Some of it is that, you know, it's the double blind system, and trying to explain that kind of stuff, that's something I'm not that used to. So I'm not really getting a good picture of how it's going to operate. But we'll fight our way through it, and we will do our best to get a battle, preferably over here on the tactical battlefield at some point or another, somehow. All right, I'm going to swap batteries, send this up, and then I think it's probably time for me to be playing Raid for, until I pass out.